Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Yes, indeed, it does work, unlicensed streamer. And hello, Dramatian. Welcome to the Ronan Pawn Smooth Jazz channel. Smoothly jazz my smooth jazzes whenever you want. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So, one of my security cameras overlooking the city of Detroit was, he clearly knew that it was there. He kept turning it off, so, yeah, Batman, Spider, whoever the hell, Parker, I don't know who was doing it. It could have been anyone. But, so I've had to move it, and I'm just hoping that the police are not watching this live stream, because I've got a new view there over Campus Martius Park, at the city of Detroit, which has nothing to do with any explosive devices that will be... God, that would be horrible to say that on a live stream and then some shit happens at Campus Martius Park. Welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream where we potentially become, a key witness in an investigation on accident. Let's play some Kerbal Space Program. It's become that kind of a world, hasn't it? You can't just say these things because somebody will fucking do something at some point, and then you're gonna be on the hook. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're gonna play a little Kerbal Space Program. I do apologize for my absence. I was away for, I suppose, an entire week there, exclusively because, why? Because I was just recovering. I was just... genuinely, like, I had a lot of days where I felt short of breath and had some squelching, which is the word that I've invented to describe the sort of reverse burp gasp thing that happens to me when I get really symptomatic with my MECFS. But I just had a lot of things that were like, yeah, I probably shouldn't even try streaming today. And as of yesterday, I got through most of the day feeling, normal and good. And that's a sign that I can probably get away with doing a live stream today, and so here we are to do a live stream today. Yeah. And so far, we're still just doing Kerbal. I might bring you some Minecraft here. I'm not sure if I will or not, but I've been playing a lot of Minecraft, let me tell you that. Over this past week, there is a Discord server for people who have MECFS that I'm a part of. And they recently launched a Minecraft server of our own. A lot of us are bedridden kind of a thing. We lay in bed playing video games to pass the time kind of thing. Let's do it together. So somebody erected a Minecraft server for us, and I've been on there, and it's probably the best playthrough of Minecraft that I've had ever, maybe, in terms of just, I haven't died once yet on the server. I've got... all of my tools are enchanted. I think I've enchanted them all the way, that I can't think of anything else that I'd want on any of my tools. My armor needs to be enchanted, but I've got all diamond. Minecraft server's got player shops on it. Is a cool mod that I'd never used before. Hello, Simpsons fan. Where you can, list stacks of things that you have for sale and put a price on them, and other people can, and it really helps on a server, it's capitalism, so as socialists we hate it. As good democratic socialists we hate it. But it actually works pretty well on the server because, you're on a server and the first couple of people who get on and go to town are very likely to kill off almost all the cows and, take up all of the sugar, the cane, and the things that you're going to need to grow your own Minecraft playthrough. There's going to be some of them are very limited in resource or missing entirely, and so having player shops available means that there's a good likelihood that people will be putting that stuff back into the economy. Working on a super potion brewer, or trying to at least, with redstone and stuff. You were talking on our Discord, so at discord.ronanpawn.com. Join us today at discord.ronanpawn.com today. You were saying, Simpsons fan, you're having some trouble, keeping your focus and being able to do coding, redstone, that kind of a thing. Does that have to do with the super potion brewer? with redstone and minecarts. I just on the server, it's so satisfying on a Minecraft server when you get to the point in like building stuff that you make some secrets. I just put in two secrets at my base. I love it. It's so nice when you got like hidden something that you throw a switch, or you got to put a thing on the wall here and do a thing, and then it opens a deal, and then you can get to the place. And the guys in this stuff, you know what I'm talking about. Let's start the game. And if you see Portable Jim walk in here, you let me know. I got things to say to that man. Are you here, Jim? Probes Before Crew is what we're playing. It's the mod for Kerbal Space Program that makes Kerbal Space Program fun. Not to say that it wasn't fun before, just to say that it wasn't very fun before. There were a lot of ways to make your own fun in Kerbal Space Program. Somebody made a mod called Probes Before Crew, and what they did is they put a mind into it for making the fun for you. Like a game or something. I like it, is what I'm not trying to diminish. I just am doing, I'm not trying to, I'm just so good at it, it just happens on its own. Trying to automate 9 brewers to fill exactly 1 shulker box with potions. Wow, okay. The coolest thing that I've probably done on our little server there is I found a village that had already been visited, but no one had really like claimed it and done much with it. And what I did was they had just 1 farm and 1 farmer. And so what I did is I gave them a total of 4 composters. So now we have 4 farmers, and I can sell absolutely everything that you can grow to those farmers every time I go to that village. So I just load up with, you know, I'm a farmer on the server. They've got like, what is it, MMO something, like MMO Minecraft, where you get levels for, and you take jobs and stuff. There's a bunch of little mods on here that none of them are overdone. I like them all. If we ever made a server again, a Ronin Pawn server again, I would just copy paste what they have done on this MECFS server. But yeah, I'm a farmer there, and I've got, you know, a significant farm, so all I do is I put like 4 stacks of every type of thing that I can grow into my inventory, walk over to a village that I've got set up with 4 farmers that are all farming on the same field, and you know, after a couple of minutes of selling, like every time that I walk over there, I walk back with like a stack and a half of emeralds. So it works out pretty good. A Minecraft server exists again? Linky? I do not see it on Discord. Rex Gates, how you doing, Rex? I haven't... how you doing, Rex? I've been playing on a server that's in a MECFS community on Discord that I'm a part of. And I was thinking, you know, several times I've been like, I'm having so much fun, I should bring people over from... And then I think about it and I'm like, well, this is a community for people who are, you know, who have a certain disease and are trying to, and you know, we're trying to keep a certain headspace in there that's just very, like, non-confrontational and stuff. And there's a lot of people in our community who have a default state of confrontational on, Boolean true. How have you been doing, though, Rex? Seriously, how you been feeling, huh? How's life been treating you, kind of a thing? We have 730 Kuros. I think I'm going to change the name of the money again. Kuros, I like it because it took forever for, you know... I like it because it was years playing the game. It never occurred to me to put a K in front of Euro. And you get Kuro, and it sounds like a gyro or a Euro. A Euro. I like it in that sense, but I also kind of don't like the way that it rolls off the tongue. Kuros. It sounds like some kind of chocolate cinnamon stick that you put in your coffee. Kuro. That's probably exactly what it is. My brain usually works like that. Like, I don't know, but I know. Let's look at what's going on in Kerbal Space Program today. Or we could just talk about Minecraft for another couple of hours. Kurduckets? Kurduckets? Is that thing where you stuff a duck in a turkey and a chicken? Small duck up a big turkey or big chicken's ass, and then you shove the big chicken into the really big turkey's ass. You get me? And you got a turducken. That's a turducken. Okay. So we've got, what have we got active right now? We cleared out like our, well, let's go over and look at it. We cleared out our Strategia mission here. We had Strategia Minmus probes. Get out of the way. What are you doing with your fat ass, chat? Hanging in front of my... Minmus probes was in here, and we've done it. We completed Minmus probes. What we needed to do to make that happen was land a probe in 3 different biomes on Minmus. And that's what we did last time. We made 75,000 in advance, 20,000 for the thing, and then we got a whole bunch of, like, milestones and firsts, which were, you know, extra double benefited because we've also got To Boldly Go active, which gives us an extra 15,000 funds when we transmit science from a new biome, and we've been, you know, splashing down on Minmus, splashing down on the lakes of Minmus. Yes, they're solid, they're frozen, but we could still say splashing. It's a chicken stuffed inside a duck, which is stuffed inside a turkey. How do you get a chicken inside a duck? Duck's a small little thing. Chickens, you know, also is a relatively small little thing, but I would think the chicken would be of a larger scale than the duck. I think it should be a chickie. Of course, I've never tried to stuff one previously living animal inside another previously living animal, and then stuff the 2 previously living animals that are stuffed inside each other into a third previously living animal, just to cook it up and then say, look, I made a turducken, because I'm not a sociopathic fucking nightmare of a human being. But for those who have... No, I mean, think about that, though. I mean, think about that, like, from the perspective of a vegetarian, a vegan, and just, you know, the idea of all beings are sentient at some level kind of a thing. What the fuck is going on with that? I'm going to kill an animal, skin it, pull its feathers off, all this kind of stuff, and then I'm going to shove it up the ass of another animal. I don't know. And then I'm going to do the 2 of them into another one. It's like, you know, I think we might have lost the sentiment that was alive in the, you know, in basically all native people's cultures, having respect for the land and caring for the other beings on the planet. We might have lost that somewhere around the time we started shoving a chicken and a duck in a turkey's ass. That might have. I think that's where we went off the rails. And then there was Donald Trump. That's how we got there. It all started with turducken, and now it's Donald Trump. So what we still have active is the Explore Minmus with a Probe mission. Now, the only reason we haven't completed that is because that mission ends with returning home, returning to Kerbin from Minmus. And that is a thing that we haven't done. So that's on the docket for today. Send a ship to Minmus with a probe on it, and then the probe comes back, and that'll be the big test for the patch that I put in to restock, to see if it's actually working in this save file. Because last time it was working in my installation, but not in this save file for some reason. That'll be the big test, trying to send a probe home with the stock heat, you know, stock ablator. But in addition to that, I'm interested in tourism today, friends. Now that said, before I go taking these tourist missions for orbits and suborbits, yeah, they're both for orbits and suborbits, that's fine. Before I get into that, let's see if there's some free money on the docket, huh? We would have to be on Minmus below 3,500 meters taking a temperature. So in other words, we would have to be dead on Minmus taking temperatures. That's very hard to pull off. Seismic surveys, alpha site, beta site, gamma site. If this happened to be near, I mean, sometimes they do this. Sometimes they generate missions nearby stuff you've already got on the surface. If this was nearby one of the probes we dropped, and one of the probes that we dropped that still has fuel, because one of them is completely empty, completely barren. Let's have a look. We're figuring out what we want to do for the day. And hello, little magnets. Oh, geez, did I leave that mouse on screen? Let me get rid of that mouse on screen for you. There we go. No more mice on screen. Okay. To Minmus, right. We're going to Minmus. So desu ne. So what are we looking for? We're looking for, yeah, altitude on the surface. I think this is the mission. Yeah, these are the only 6 things here, and they're all stacked right there, and it's not far off of, I Am a Dragon. Minmus Lander 3, I Am a Dragon. We might be able to do that. If you take the mission and you can't, you're really... Let's go see what I Am a Dragon has in its belly. In terms of fuelses. You know, if it's like 11, 12 units of monoprop, then maybe we can do it. If it's none, then we definitely can. If it's 7, then ouch. That would be very touchy. And it would be... I'm not sure which direction is which direction, honestly. I think it's this way. It's just up that hill. So it's the further from the shore. Well, then I guess it's over that, actually. I don't think we could get there. I mean, we could get there, but then can we make the transfer from one spot to another spot? The landings, you know, landings eat a lot of fuel. Every time you land, it's a lot of little futzy, you know, it's kind of work. Even here on Minmus. I guess they won't take it away if I try and go over there in the first place and see what we've got left. So, fuck it. Let's try and go over there in the first place and see what we got left. Which direction? Hey, SAS. Alright, I'm not looking at the ball. I'm looking forward. And I need to figure out what my dorsal is here. That's the thing. So, the antenna is the dorsal. Why are the directions reversed then? Sorry? If I spin you around like this... Alright, well at least left and right are correct. Am I very confused? You might be very confused. Control point is default. Okay, I guess this is just the dorsal. And I'm just very confused. Alright, let's try and go over there. In 3, 2, 1... turn RCS on. SAS on, RCS on, and then... give me a pop. So starting from about 7 units of monoprop, killing the engines now and looking at where we're gonna go. Yeah, it was over here, yeah. So we need a lot more to get where we want to go here. It's going to be up this hill, unless I've got that just very, very wrong. But if I do, then we just don't take the mission, kind of a thing. So how are we doing right now? We got 5.1 in monoprop remaining. And can I alt period this time? Why can't I alt period and do fizz warp? It's a keyboard issue. I know it's a keyboard issue. I just don't understand why. Like, I don't feel like I've had this problem before on this keyboard playing Kerbal, but alt period ain't doing a damn thing. Cannot warp faster than... Okay, so alt comma does work. Alt period doesn't do a damn. So we literally just have to sit here and wait. This really sucks. Is there... You can't change keys. No, not in Kerbal. I think I'll have to move that. I think it's a keyboard issue that has to do with, you know, the lack of diodes on the Logitech K400 Plus, which is the little wireless keyboard I've got here. I've also been somewhat disappointed by finding out that there's no way to change the function of the F keys, F1, F2, F3. Right now you have to hold down the function key and hit the button if you want it to actually do the F. Otherwise, it's like they're media keys. They're, you know, keys that share uses. And I would have that the other way around. I would make it so by default, they're the F keys. Very useful in a game like this. And when I hold down the function, they would turn into media keys again. The only way that you can do that with this Logitech keyboard is to download Logitech software that is, for that functionality to be able to do that, it's 250 megs of a download. And that's a compressed download, so whatever it expands to on your hard drive, I just, as a general principle, I'm not installing a quarter of a gig so that I can control what the keys do on my keyboard. On just as a rule of, like, are you fucking kidding me kind of a thing. I don't need Logitech spying on me because, you know, I wanted to change how my hardware works, and at 250 megs... that's what it seems like has to be going on there. That said, I did actually write up, just to see if I could, I wrote up a quick auto hotkey script that does flip all of the F keys except for F3. Except for F3 on this keyboard, because F3 on this keyboard is Alt-Tab. That's what F3 does on this damn keyboard. Alt-goddamn-Tab. And so, you know, I could make it so that when you do Alt-Tab, it hits F3, but then I can't Alt-Tab. And, you know, I use Alt-Tab 7,000 times a day, so that's not what I'm interested in. Ronan Pullen writes Apache Fix. Yeah, I did. The only one that doesn't work is F3. Alright, let's just go straight down now. You know, we're on this plateau. I'm not exactly sure where these missions would be, but we're close enough, you know. And that is radar altitude. Now we're falling pretty much straight down. I'll just have you hold retrograde, in fact. 25 meters per second. 20 meters per second. 10. 5 meters per second. Down to 0.5 meters per second. Come on, baby. I don't have all day. Come on. Oh. Alright. So, sitting up here, we have 2.5 monoprop remaining. I don't think we're going to be able to do that mission. It wouldn't take, you know... worst case scenario, I could just flip us on our side and roll us there, right? That would be awful, Pawn, if you had to do that. I think let's do this mission. Let's try and do the mission anyway. You know, when we get screwed, not if. It'll just be a mission that's in our list waiting for us to send a probe up to finish it out. Yeah. Let's go see. Let's head back to the tracking station and see where those, where the actual locations are in reference to where I put the ship. If we're way off, then we won't do it. If we're nearby, we'll do it. We'll try and do it anyway. So back out to the I Am a Dragon. I mean, we're sitting right on top of it. Yeah, we're going to take the mission. We're going to try and do it. We could very well fail. We have so little monoprop left. They're all very nearby one another, but it's not really like, you know, the amount of monoprop that we're going to use. We put in a new ocean highway. The amount of monoprop that we're going to use isn't about, like, the distance we're traveling. It's about getting started and landing. So I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to try and do this really well to have any chance at all, but we're going to do it. Conduct seismic surveys at Minmus near area that. I should double-check that we have a seismic scanner on that probe, but all the landed probes should have one. All the landed probes should have one. Is I Am a Dragon here to know whether or not we have a seismic scanner without me having to go back at it? Formula 1? Racing is in my chat? Formula 1? I'm gonna take it. And if I screwed myself, I screwed myself, you know. Nothing else that we want to do while we're doing it. Science data from space around Minmus is free money. we've got something in orbit of Minmus. Yeah, we've got something high and we've got something low. Free money. We'll do both of those before we get started here. Always good to take the free money. Already up to 810 grand just by the advances we get on these missions, these contracts. Back out to I'm a Dragon. Does everybody else have like a thermos that they drink out of all day while they're at home? Are you still like in the 1800s using a glass and pouring water into it, or have you gotten yourself a thermos with a snappy lid on it so that even if you knock it over it doesn't spill everywhere? Have you joined me in the modern... Okay, it's back toward the very edge. Yeah, let's put activate navigation on something. Apparently on the beta site. And it looks like that's the direction we're going in, huh? Look at that. That glow. Ah, love it. So, again, I'm looking at the ansel, not the dorsal. There you go. Now we got the dorsal. Lean us down. And I should be able to see... Aha! Our target is actually over this way. See it on the ball there? Yeah. Which side do you guys... I think I prefer it on that side in this scene. It's just more visually balanced for me. Alright, so we're gonna pull up our fuel. 2.5 is what we're starting with. Go ahead and blast. And stop. Okay, that little hop cost us about 0.6, it looks like. 1.9 remaining. I might just keep that up and I'll put it over here. We'll do that. And we can keep an eye on what we've got. So get to your retrograde. And I think... What do you think? I don't know. We are right on line for it. Okay. Seriously, bro? When are you gonna say we entered it? Playing games at 6 meters above Minmus waiting to enter a site. I'm gonna have to set us down before we go over the edge. Okay, good enough. Where the hell are we? I mean, that's as close as I can get, so that's not going to show me anything. I need to see it on the ball. It's over there, huh? And below us. And we're down to 0.9. Yeah, this is going to work out, everybody. This is going to work out. I don't even know which one I've got selected either. Is a slight problem there. It's going to be down the hill. Remember that thing I said about rolling toward it? I just might be doing that. I'm gonna function key F5 and RCS off. This is the fragile part right there, I suppose. You know, I would think the panel anyway. Why you no show a thing now? Silly. If I turn the SAS off and just let her roll. how long you planning on us being here watching this, Pawn? I just, look, the edge of everything is right over here. Okay? So we're going to pick up a lot of deadly speed very soon. Have some patience. And as we roll, I'll talk about the fact that I started watching Star Trek The Next Generation yesterday again. I went looking for an episode of a show from the 60s. Many episodes were written by Gene Roddenberry.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
We are many, you are but one.
Thank you for the follow. A guy called Jim, was that you? Pawney, is that you? My darling, are you back? I've been back. I'm back. I'm coming back. I'm leaving, actually. I got places to be. See you later, everybody. Yeah, I'm kerbling again. I'm as frequently as my health will allow, kind of a thing. By which I mean no more than twice a week. No more than twice a week, and sometimes a lot less. Sometimes 0 a week is probably how this will end up being. But I started watching The Next Generation again, people. Because I went looking for a show that I have been watching a little bit of here and there on Pluto called Have Gun, Will Travel. And some of the episodes of this old show from, I think, the early 60s, might even started up in the late 50s. But this old show, some of the episodes were written by Gene Roddenberry. One of the first shows that he worked on, I believe, in terms of, like, got writing credits for. Whole episodes and stuff like that. And, of course, the episodes that he wrote are some of the friggin' best as far as what I've seen so far. But, yeah, I was looking for that. And while I'm looking for this other show that was written by Gene Roddenberry, wouldn't you know it, Pluto, which is the platform where you can go and watch these old episodes of this old thing, Have Gun, Will Travel. They showed me in the bottom corner that I could go and watch some Star Trek TNG, and I said, okay, what the hell? And I tuned into one of those really bad, first season episodes. And enjoyed the hell out of it, because bad The Next Generation is, it's pizza. Even bad pizza is still fucking pizza, and even bad The Next Generation is still The Next Generation. So yeah, I watched that, and then the next one was a little bit better, and the next one was a little bit better, and you can just see the writers getting their footing, and the actors getting their footing, and all of it kind of coming together. And, yeah, I ended up watching some Next Generation yesterday and being reminded how often death was a theme on Star Trek The Next Generation. How often the great, great questions of existence were at task on Star Trek The Next Generation. I listened to Jean-Luc Picard explain to Data what death is, saying that some people think it's the beginning of a new existence where you exist permanently. And saying that what Jean-Luc Picard believes is that what we are is something that cannot be expressed in Euclidean, mathematics, and that we are actually participating in a reality that once we truly understand what it is, we'll understand that it's not at all the reality that we thought it was. Something along those lines. Basically, Jean-Luc was a fucking Zen Buddhist, is what I'm saying. In the same episode where all that was packed in, Data has a comment at the very beginning of the episode. Okay, we're getting to the scary part now. I'm gonna SAS, and we're gonna hold here for a moment. Data has a line in that very same episode where they're looking at something that they don't understand what they're seeing in front of their eyes, and he says, somebody's asking him, like, is it this or is it that? And he's like, perhaps not. He says, that's not a very scientific answer to give, Lieutenant Commander. And Data says, the foundation of science itself, the beginning of all true wisdom, is these 3 words: I don't know. And he doesn't say it that way because he never contracts anything. He says, is I do not know. I do not know what that is, Commander. I'm telling you, the fucking writers are fucking Zen Buddhists. That the beginning of all wisdom is I don't know. Let's see. The all Star Trek channels, yeah, on Pluto, very good, very, it's just, you can just turn them on in the background and just have that experience all day long. Hello, Make It Pies, welcome in. First season is hella weird, though, because of Gene wrote so much of it and he did a few too many of the good drugs, so the plots weren't always so believable. There's definitely some, LSD-looking inspired monsters in Worf's holodeck simulations, I'll tell you that. Old Gene was too much of an idealist after he took all them drugs. Non-binary sex planet where they kill you for stepping on a flower. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. Whenever Wesley Crusher is involved, you'd think, as much of a little, Weasley-looking, kind of goody-two-shoes brat he is, you'd think his episodes would suck. But I always loved his episodes. I feel like they were all hinting at what eventually happens with Wesley Crusher. I think they had that shit figured out from the fucking beginning. And it's just amazing to see the cogs turning. Did I see the TNG movies? A Cute Shark is either asking Jem or me. I saw the one that we've got, the sound clip of Data saying, "Oh shit," here, that you can buy with your potatoes. I definitely saw that one. I didn't think much of the movies, or at least of that one that I saw. If I saw the others, then they didn't make a big impression on me. I know the one that I saw, I didn't think much of it. It was fine. It was, honestly, I think, Star Trek The Next Generation had its perfect package.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that moment was worth the whole movie. If they had no other reason to make the movie, you make the movie just to do that scene. But, I think the Next Generation had its perfect packaging in TV, and the big screen is a bit too big for it. It's just a little bit too big for it. Which is fine, I don't think it diminishes anything to have a couple of episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation be movies, but I don't think that it was something that we needed either. Gene kept trying to write gay characters in and they wouldn't let him. Oh, really? I mean, he definitely got some characters in there that certainly seem like they're appealing to a certain demographic anyway. Maybe they couldn't be outright gay, but he put some people in there. Put a lot of nubile shirtless men on planets running around half naked. I mean, there was always a half naked woman though too, so they covered all their bases. That's fun. That's one of the funnier, kind of messed up things I think from the first season as well. Is there's just so many women who are wearing some kooky fucking thing that they're just like, it's the future. What do we do with women's clothing? And there's slit on the side, and but there's no side boob being seen because it's TV kind of a thing. So it's we have to imagine that these women put on this clothing and somehow technology has made it so that it just magically velcros to the underside of their tits, because that's what they've done in order to make sure that during these shots nobody gets a nipple slip, is they've glued the fucking fabric to the lady's boobie there. And it just, all those outfits always they can't be sexy to me because I'm just thinking about the impracticality of them whenever I see them. Forced feminization for all the men. There was definitely a bit of that. The last one that I watched last night was there's a, what is he? He's a negotiator. He negotiates peace between planets. He's deaf, and he has three people who speak for him because he's also an empath, or they communicate telepathically, and he calls them his chorus. And that guy has the weirdest fucking look I've ever seen on Star Trek, and he's not meant to be a crazy looking alien or anything. He's just got some fucking weird hair going on, man. His weird hair and weird, he just looks like he's a monster of a man. He must have been 7 foot tall. That scene where they died, yeah. His chorus gets, shot by aliens, and it's also early, when Gene was doing the LSD trips, apparently. But they did a lot of, like, disintegration where for a split second you saw their, like, organs and then their rib cage and bones in orange, and then everything disappeared, and it's just like, it's just that level of a flash on PTSD, horrific trauma that, it's like, I don't know if you should have done that on television, guys. Where the fuck is this place that I'm going to? I know it's down here somewhere. It's a surface thing, so we gotta get pretty damn close to it. It's a heading down the hill. I really enjoy the hints of trauma sprinkled across the next generation to keep it real. I haven't, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but I have at least thought about the idea of, after Picard has been... I mean, spoilers ahead for anyone who... But after Picard has come back from his Borgification kind of a thing that, like, they gotta... I would be telling Patrick Stewart, okay, from now on in every single scene, I want you to think in the back of your head, I have experienced this horrific trauma, and then I still need you to do Captain Picard. I still need, we can't have you being, like, really shook up by it, but I want you to have that in the back of your head while you perform every single scene from here on out. And any place where there's, like, a little spot where you can put in a little, like, hint of how much you are traumatized, but, you can't be because you're the captain, put that in there. Switch to target? Oh, can I mean, I don't know if that's the thing you can do. Because we've got the navigational point active anyway. But it's not a physical thing that we can target. So it's on the ball, but, I'd have to be going in the way that I don't want to go. I don't want to get the solar panel. This is what I'm trying to protect here. I don't want to be bouncing the solar panel. That's why I'm doing it this way. They did like 1.5 episode plots afterwards about how he needs to rest and calm down and face his fears. Oh, yeah? People die, yo, terrible genocide shit happens. Yeah. I mean, Christ, every other episode in the first season or two here is like, they find a ship where 2,500 people were on board and they caught a disease and everybody's died. I mean, maybe it's not that, actually. I just saw that episode as well. That was somewhere in the list where they come out, like, the old people disease. That's spreading, that's turning everybody old. But it was a whole, like, crew of people. It was a giant, it was a USS Starship's worth of people. And then there's the one, also where the kind of campy, like, aliens have latched onto the brains of all these people. And they're trying to take over Starfleet from the inside. Where, as just part of the lead up to that, the prove that it's a serious situation thing, is that another, starship full of who knows how many thousands of people, manned by one of the captain's old friends, they find it explodified out in space. There's definitely, like, a lot of death in the background. Yeah, the old people disease episode, and then they fix it like it's nothing. Yeah, Miles O'Brien comes up with a fucking transporter method for removing everything that doesn't, go with the previous, with the DNA. Like, first it was almost believable. Like, we'll take the scan of them going down. Okay, we've got a record of what they looked like, or how their cells were arranged when we transported them last time, right? So we can just look for all of those cells, and then anything that's not that cell, we take it out, and that's how we get the disease out of them. We can get their genetics returned to the way it's supposed to be. That was almost plausible. And then they couldn't find a copy of her fucking transporter Oh, we entered the area. They couldn't find a copy of her pattern. So now we've got to believe that all they needed was a single cell. Like, it just kept getting a little bit more ludicrous and a little bit more ludicrous. We've done it. We've gone to one of the sites here. We've gone to Beta. And navigation should have automatically snapped to, like, another one. But who knows if it actually did. Yep. There's one that way. Still down the hill, but a little over there. Okay. I mean, we've got fuel to fuel with. But I don't know if we're up the hill. Like, where's the... Let me do this. Let me click on this one. Activate navigation for that. Is that up the hill? They're both below me. This one is directly below me. And it can below me. I think I nudge myself down the hill the way that we've been doing. So give me the one that we were pointed at before. Because it's probably closer. If the game snapped to it, then it's probably because it's closer. I'll go to that one, and then I'll use the last of our fuel to get to the final one. Give me a quick save. But yeah, that was definitely like a little bit, come on guys, with the old people episode, because it's like, now you've established that that's a thing, that, you know, I mean, how many different, like, situations and diseases and things are going to come up where it could just be like, well, just fucking send them down to the transporter and replace all of their fucking DNA with the... Also, it should have been played up a little bit more as a, you know, traumatizingly horrific experience for the new doctor there that replaced Beverly Crusher for a while. Because she was, you know, afraid of transporters. She didn't like transporters. And then they used the transporter to replace every, you know, fucking cell in her body. And it's like, are you still the same person? Are you some kind of homunculus? Like, these things would have been on the mind of someone who was terrified of transporters. I mean, they didn't set her up as terrified, but she didn't like them. And wouldn't that, like, be in your head a little bit? The idea of, so, I'm a doctor. I know what you just did. Am I still me? You know, did you just make a replicant of me? Did you kill the me who was, you know, had the old disease and just, like, spawn a duplicate? She was ignored entirely. Never seen or mentioned again. What? There was a throwaway line. Scene 3. Whatever happened to her? Oh, you guys are talking about something else? Or are you talking about that doctor? She was there for a season and then never mentioned again. Really? I am just, you know... I'm just watching this stuff again, and I remembered her, but And I really liked how they brought her on, too, by the way. Like, hey, Marvel, hey, Disney fucking Cinematic Universe people, this is how you do this, okay? If you're, you know, replacing a beloved character, and Beverly Crusher wasn't, like, the series wasn't old enough to be beloved necessarily. But if you're replacing a character with somebody else, you gotta do that shit like it doesn't matter, like it's no thing. You don't spend time trying to make people like them. You gotta act like they're just in the background and then bring them forward with their own stories and make them interesting, kind of thing. You don't acknowledge the fact that you're replacing a character. Stop. You don't do a fucking backstory about it. This is where they came from, this is where they went, all that kind of shit. No, you just, like... It's somebody lost their job, somebody new is in the position, we all keep going, we all move on, and that's exactly how they did it in TNG when, you know, Beverly wasn't around for that season. They just brought her on, and they gave her own stories like they do with everybody, and they just treated it like it was no big thing. That's how you fucking do it, okay? Make it into a goddamn... I guess that's the thing, is we get worse media now because they want it to be a social media drama. They want, like, the big fans to be, like, pissed off a little bit so that they'll be talking about it because it's free advertising and shit like that, and so we get less good art. That's probably why that is. Well, she was only brought in because one of the producers at the time didn't like Gates McFadden and replaced her just that season. Then that producer was ousted and they brought Gates back. Really? I mean, that makes perfect sense for what, for why they would swap her out and everything, but I didn't know the behind the scenes. Funny how we're all supposed to pretend that Whoopi Goldberg was actually on the ship in season 1 and never seen or mentioned. And, I kind of hate it just for the fact of what it is. I love Whoopi in Next Generation. I love her. I dig the Guinan character. I dig that they've got, a comedian doing a serious role like that. And an actress, But I love what they did with Whoopi. I love that she's there. But, I'm not an idiot. I'm not blind. I'm not a moron. She's a magical black person. She's another magical black person. There's always a magic black person. Always a magic black person to be there to tell the white people, help them find their roots, bring them back to their... And that's exactly her fucking role, is to, lean into Wesley Crusher and remind him about what matters as the magic black person on the Next Generation. Geordi was useless in season 1, and O'Brien was just an extra, so they killed off Tasha because they had too many characters and not enough plot. Really? Tasha wanted out, though, right? I mean, she was looking for an out, wasn't she? Haven't I heard interviews with her saying, yeah, that was the worst decision I ever made? Because she was like, yeah, I don't think I want to be around in this thing for that much longer, and they found a way to get her out, and then, it turned out to be the best Star Trek installation in the entire franchise for, the next forever, apparently, because I haven't seen anything better yet. I want to check again down the ball and see where we are and whether we're getting close. Is that it? No, that's the clock district, which must be on the other side of the planet or something, right? It's in orbit? It's moving. Yeah, that's something else. Okay. Yeah. I was like, did they give targeting to the... Because somebody said earlier, try putting on the targeting. Did they give targeting to the sites? She wanted out because she was told she would have more of a role. Oh, they were gonna, write her into being really important, and she had to decide whether or not she wanted to, she was gonna stick around, they wanted her locked in on a longer contract or something, probably. And I've said this before, I'll say it again, I can't blame Tasha Yar, because in those first days of, kinda kooky script writing on TNG, God, every time she opened her mouth, she's talking about the rape gangs of her planet and stuff, and she's just constantly sexualized. She's, the woman who sleeps with Data, and it's like, they did the right thing in terms of, making a woman the security chief. All right, we're, forward thinking, we're doing that kind of thing. A woman can be just as strong and powerful and important to security and have all the tactical sense as a man, God damn it, that kind of a thing. But then they kind of reversed all of the goodwill that they had earned by doing that, by making it so every time she fucking opens her mouth, it's about, her childhood trauma as a rape victim, and it's just like, can she just be like a good security chief because she's a good security chief? Does it have to be because she was running from people who are trying to rape her on her planet of desperation and hopelessness that you keep fucking describing? And that said, there are a couple of lines in there that I really like from Tasha Yar, where she's expressing truly and fully the experience of poverty, and also just expressing, the writers are using her in order to say, the reason why you have crime and drug use and everything is because you have decided through policy choice and through your dedication to capitalism to value, first and foremost, making money, and you leave people lying in desperate situations who have no hope for the future, and then there are these chemicals that they can, escape from the horrors of their lives with, and so it's your fault. I liked that they used Tasha at least for that, but they didn't need to do it with that character. They could have given that shit to someone else some other way. Or had it be Tasha's thing, but just, give her a couple of lines where it isn't that. Like, don't have her mention it every fucking episode. And also don't make it look like she's, like, frazzled. Like, she's the fucking security chief, and they had her frazzled a lot. They had her looking frazzled a lot. Like she was a little bit in over her head as a security chief. Don't do that. Why would you do that? They shoehorn in some monologue about drugs are bad, okay, because Reagan was president. They spoke, though, directly to, like, the cause of drug use as being, poverty and that kind of a thing. So, even when they were shoehorning in a, drugs bad thing, they took an opportunity to decry the capitalist system that produces and reinforces addiction, because it's good for the dollars. One thing that's really unbelievable at TNG is they don't listen to good music. They don't party, they don't drink, they don't do drugs, they don't do anything that people actually do for fun. Are you kidding me, Jim? They have fun. They go and relive, they go and pretend like they're characters from novels from the 16th century on the holodeck all the fucking time. They are rocking out with their cocks out in the 24th century. You kidding me? There's every other day there's some character on the holodeck that they accidentally generated who's become sentient and is going to take over the thing because they were just partying on the holodeck to, some fucking Thoreau, some Henry David Thoreau content. They don't fuck, says a cute shark. Are you kidding me? I just saw the episode where they have, like, basically the Star Trek universe's version of Han Solo come on board and bed down 3 different women. They don't know which... They're trying to get him onto the bridge, and they don't know which woman's bedroom he's in. They literally say he's been reported in 3 different crew members' cabins in the past hour, or some shit like that. How far are we from this fucking thing, man? I realize I'm gimp hobbling over there, and I can say that because I am one. That's why you get the right to actually use the word. When you're bedridden. If people continue to make profit off others' misfortune or sickness, then it will never get better. The shroud just gets darker. Yeah, I like that they did that, at least, with Tasha. Tasha's character, that they used it as a, decrying the actual situation that capitalism, produces and continues to make, but over and over again, conservative politics, decides that you just can't help those people. There's nothing you could do to help those people. You can't help those people without ever actually trying to help those people, and while ignoring the research from people who helped those people and found out, hey, you can help like 4/5 of those people, did you know? You can't help those people. Have you tried? Well, why would I try? You can't help those people. Did you know other people have tried and found out that you can actually help those people? That's communism. You're a fucking communist. Aren't you the people who want to elect the guy who's got a real big relationship with Russia? With your logic and rationalism, get the fuck away from me. I gotta go to church in my fucking Hummer that Jesus would have really loved. Jesus would have been all about me coming to church in my expensive clothing I dress up in. It's not like he taught a bunch of things about the people who, dress up and look a certain part. spend a bunch of money on themselves while there are people who are suffering. It's not as though that was like the entire body of Christian teachings, and then you show up in your fucking Escalade wearing a $500 suit that you wear for fucking church kind of thing. Hey, we're in the other thing. As though that $500 couldn't have fed, 100 meals. 100 meals for $500. But, it's a nice looking set of dungarees you're wearing. You fucking... I don't know what word I was going for there. I was going for some kind of insult, and like there was a C and a K, and I think I was trying to mix cunt and something else and not actually say cunt, and now I've said cunt 3 times. What am I doing? Oh, now you do the thing. Now you do the research for you, silly boy. It's tricky. Don't try and invent curse words on the fly. You're probably just going to say one of the really bad curse words. No, Paul, and they won't help those people. Yeah, no. As far as they're concerned, you can't. It's not that they won't. It's that you can't. You can't. Of course, they've never tried, but why would they try? You can't. It's not possible. So it would just be a waste of time. All right, we're gonna fly over to the last one here. So give me an F5, and that didn't do anything. RCS. Pff. There you go. Get me going. Hit you with no delay, so what you saying? Oh, we're in it. Jesus, that was fast. That one was right next to the other one. Damn it. Silly with my 9 milli, what the dealio? When I get on a maze, I do my duty-o. While up in the club like we while in the studio. You don't wanna violate. Really and truly, my main thug. Named Julio, he moody-o. Type it, that'll slap you with the tulio. Scared to death, act fruity-o. Fuck that. Look at shorty, she a little cutie-o. The way she shake it make me wanna get all in the booty-o. Top mistresses banging bitches in videos. Wildin' with my freak like we up in the freak shows. Hit you with this shit, make you feel it all in your toes. Hot shit, got all you in wet clothes. Styling my metaphors while I formulate my flows. If you don't know, you fucking with lyrical player, bro. I'm sorry, I went into my own little world there for a minute. Are we still in the zone? Give me the thing. Thank you. We've just gotten free money at the beginning of this live stream without having to do anything except for crawl across the surface of Minmus using SAS while talking about the next generation for about an hour. It wasn't an hour, it was a half an hour. Is that Busta? Goddamn right it's Busta. I'm a dragon. By the way, I'm using your body right now. I'm a dragon. This is you. You just earned us $100,000 with that juicy gap. Flip mode is the greatest. Yeah, that's so. Can I just lie you down? While I'm talking about your body, can I just lie you down and you'll stay there though? Just gonna give you a minute to find like a couple of things to lean on. It seems like the physics engine is having a little bit of trouble, deciding which direction it's supposed to. You're good. You all good. Here's an F5 for you. Take me out to dinner first. Yeah, that's alright. So that's one mission right there. Go back to the Space Center. We started out, before we did that, we had about 800 grand after we took the advance. And now, having done it, how many Kurduckins do we have? 987 grand. Almost up to $1 million off of that one. The other thing that I took that we can do really quickly without any effort is transmit some science from space around Minmus. So, who's out here that's around Minmus? Ooh, is that a mission to change our polar orbit a little bit and you'll pay me more money? I don't want to change our polar orbit. I like that it's perfectly polar. And that's the one with our scan sat on it, which actually should have, completed its scan, hasn't it? Clock District, let's go see you. Actually, maybe it hasn't, because we haven't really done anything. We haven't passed any time. I mean, yeah, it's been almost a week since we played last, but in-game, it's not like we were doing anything. the game was doing anything. Let's before we do this transmit data stuff, let's get our where you at? There you are. There you is. Alright, so our scan set, let's get the big guy open. Apparently, you don't get to see this terrain map in color until you've got a high resolution scanner, which, a little half-baked, in what I was saying. I mean, if we've got the data in black and white, we can just fucking colorize it. We can decide how to put... Okay, like, and if that's going to be the case, then you need to, like, do something here where it's like, I can't turn that on. I can't click that button. If not low, then I can't turn that on, and then that would, you know, you got to have something in the interface that communicates to people why you can't turn that on, even though this has changed. Don't have that change, huh? That's another thing. If not fucking high, then don't change that when there's a bunch of ways you can communicate this in the UI. You should do one of them. But this is our scan of Minmus that is giving us terrain height, just altitude. Scans that is very old mod. Need a little bit. That's the thing. That's why I keep saying half-baked, is because it's so old. It's so long in the tooth. How has no one come along and like fucking touched it up, finished it? It's been around forever. You know, I think I made videos with ScanSat in them that were like in the version 0.25, you know? I think ScanSat's been around that. How does no one come back and, you know, I guess if they didn't actually open source the code, but like any license that you make for code that integrates into a licensed game, and I don't know, but I would just expect in the KSP community, somebody comes along and says, okay, ScanSat, it's cool. It does a lot of nifty things. We like the gameplay element that it adds. Let's, you know, touch it up. Let's tweak it. Put a couple of checks in there so that it's cleaner to understand. You don't need to go read a fucking Wikipedia document to get it. But anyway, this is what we've got. And still some spots that need to be filled in by our satellite there as it passes. But the real reason that we came out here was to send back some science. Any little bit of science will do. I don't think that this minimum ambient lighting mod remembers our settings across what? What? I must have clicked on just one of the... It's just showing me an old contract because I clicked on a button. I thought like we just completed a contract involving a hammer at the launch pad. Like, what? What? I don't think that Linux Guru... This is Linux Guru Gamer is you know, managing this mod. I don't think that the minimum ambient lighting mod actually remembers any of its settings across a restart. Is my feeling there. I also kind of hate that, like, look, I just clicked on that once, it didn't do anything, click on it again, it comes up. If I don't interact with that for a while, it automatically goes away, which seems like a nice convenience feature so you don't leave things up on screen. I hate it. I hate it because so click once, click again, it comes up. I'll be in here, like, making an adjustment and saying, oh, how much do I want for the minimum lighting here on the thing? And then I'll, like, unclick for a second and keep trying to mess with it. Maybe there. I don't know. And then I'll come back up and the damn thing will disappear out from under me while I'm trying to work on it. And it's a shame because that's the kind of thing where you put a lot of, like, effort and work into, you know, making sure that that works the way that you want it. There's a little delay going. There's a variable being stacked with a thing. And then if that gets high enough, then we'll take it down kind of a thing. And then people come along like me and say, could you take that out? That's really annoying. All we need to do is transmit a little bit of science. So let's have, in fact, the probe core itself is probably in there somewhere. Let's get the telemetry report. And what kind of resources we got here? We're in the dark side, we're not generating anything. We've only got 100, transmit. Yeah, it's done. And doing that did indeed complete science data from space around Minmus. So, I think that puts us over 1 million. I think we just made our 1,000,000, what are our curduckins? Jesus, God, look at this in the darkness, and then I gotta come back in and with the thing and say, what are you doing? There you go. Save as default. But I'm pretty sure I've clicked that before, and I don't think it actually does save. I don't think it maintains it across. Anyway, we are over 1,000,000 couples. Kerpooples. I have still not bought into the tracking station. We now have the level 2 VAB. We have the level 2 launch pad, so we can basically build any ship that we would ever want to. You know, the only thing that we can't do is make the monstrously insane, I'm going to send up a 600 part count space station in one launch kind of crazy things. Other than that, we can make anything we want, so we're good there. We have upgraded mission control to level 2 already, which means I've got a max of 7 contracts available. We might want more of that. I think it's time to upgrade the tracking station just as a matter of course, just as I'm sick of looking at gray lines and not having an app and a parry and having to watch things at the bottom quarter. I know it's, it costs money. I'm spending the money, and it's spent. And because we now have a level 2 tracking station and we've already upgraded mission control, we have flight planning available as well, which means that I have maneuver nodes, which we don't need, clearly, if we've gone all the way, if we've been to Minmus and back without maneuver nodes, then we don't need them until we're doing something interplanetary, which, at this pace, we'll never get there. But I want to get into tourism, now that we've done the little, freebie missions for the day. And because we knocked something out, we got another tourist mission, in fact. Came in. Hello. Conduct low-resolution altimetry scan sat of Kerbin and the Moon. Oh, I love that. How long are you gonna last? These guys are around for the next 5 days, huh? I would like the Kerbin one at least. Go to the moon. I don't like the moon, cute shark. I'm staying away from the moon until we've basically had all the fun we can have at Minmus, and then we have to go to the moon, and then I go to the moon. Which we're almost there. I'm basically just going through the missions that Probes Before Crew gives us, and once we've cleared out Explore Minmus Probe, we will explore the moon with a probe. And I think that's the correct way to do that, too. Minmus is easier to get to, it's easier to land on, it's easier to everything. Well, it's not easier to get to because it's at a weird inclination kind of a thing. But it's less delta V to do anything at Minmus, Do anything at all at Minmus, including just park there. Cute Shark hates Minmus. You leave. Get out. How could you say that in front of me? I like this one. Let's look at our tourism. I'm very interested in tourism right now. Are these all orbit and a suborbit, or do we have one where it's just straight orbit? You're not paying very much, is my problem with that. At least this is just one dude. Hans Schwarz's travel itinerary is 17.5 plus these two, plus these three grand. And so that's the same thing for Collar, Stephanie Collar. I don't know how to. If you've got that little symbol over the O, you've got to suddenly make it sound like you're hooeying a pig in the field. Collar, Kohler. It's Kohler. Cooler. I think it's Collar. But we're taking both of these. Look, give me that, and give me that, and we're gonna put both of those VIPs in airplane majigger madoodle, in a 2-seater deal with a probe steering it, because why send a pilot when a probe can do the job here in Probes Before Crew? And I guess we'll name that ship after someone, because that ship's going to get used a lot. What we're going to do, when we get to space tourism, what we do in KSP is we try and build a ship that is economically efficient, that doesn't cost much to send up in the first place, and then what we want to do is bring back as much of the ship as possible, which, gets easier to do once you're able to make like an SSTO or something like that. But at this point, we just want to make a rocket. What we will need for that is a 2-seater tourist holder majigger madoodle. And I don't know where that is. We looked for it and found it, one of those days. We might have already bought into it for all. Nope, we didn't. Here it is. It's under aerodynamics. It's the Mark I crew cabin, and we're doing tourism, so I'm buying into it. I will save the rest of our science for finding out that we need something else, unless we have like little tiny propulsion systems. I love the little tiny propulsion systems, and if we haven't bought into the little tiny propulsion systems yet, then we're buying into the little tiny propulsion systems yet. What? Yeah. Bigger shit? No, I don't care. Fuel systems, though. Do you give me fuel ducting is good. You give me the real 800, and you give me an adapter that goes from the tiny stuff to the big stuff. I think I'm buying in here as well, and then I'll save what I've got left. What's my take on what's going on with Unity? Asked Cute Shook. I saw the meme that you posted on Discord, and I have not heard about it at all. Apparently all the games that have developed a game on Unity are suing Unity or something? I haven't heard nothing about it. Like, what could Unity be doing? Have they decided to fuck with their license or claim that they can do something with their license that they can't do? Or maybe they're just changing their licensing schema. They want you to rent it now every year that you're selling a game that uses Unity. Like, those are the kinds of things that I know how Adobe does business. So if I want to think about what's the worst way that a company could treat its customers, I just think, what would Adobe do? Unity wants 20 cents from the developers for each game installation. Unity is money grubbing and everyone is pissed. Developers pay for each installation, pretty much. On the surface, I could see how that could be really bad, and I could also see how that could be reasonable. It depends on who you apply it to. Like if it's going to apply to everyone who develops any game in Unity, then there's a problem. But if Unity is it's one of two platforms on which people build games, There's Unity and there's Unreal. And there are other engines, but there's Unity and there's Unreal. And for so much of what gets built on Unity, so much business that is built around Unity, of people selling, how to programming Unity and stuff like that, I don't get the feeling that Unity ever made a lot of money off of Unity. They gave it away for free in the first place. There's a lot of people who have developed a lot of things that they gave away for free, and so they didn't really pay for it. And I think Unity has been pretty cool about developers building games in Unity and then not, if they're not monetizing it, then Unity isn't coming after them for, pay me for it. Until now, at least, has been their policy. And it's been very good, it's been very nice, but I just never got the smell, the whiff that Unity was actually making a fair bit of money off of Unity in the first place. So I could see where if you, used a policy like that reasonably, it would at least get Unity to make some money off of the success of Unity. But I don't know about the ins and outs of it, 20 cents per installation actually seems like a lot for as widely distributed as Unity is. If I were going to do something like that, something like a cents per installation kind of thing, I maybe 3 cents for how many games use Unity and stuff like that, licenses going forward. 20 cents seems big, but the idea isn't that bad, you know, because if you're selling a game that you made on Unity, you're making money off of Unity, and if you haven't had to pay for Unity yet, and that said, if it's a thing where you pay for the bulk or the main license in order to something with the game, and then they want more money on top of that, then that's also kind of fair. Upon this will absolutely sink indie devs, of which they already have to pay 50% to their publisher. Well, that's between them and their publisher. Like, if you want to get into bed with Satan, then you have to, like, accept that you're going to get poked with some horns. Like, indie devs, self-release, self-publish. It's the fucking age of the internet. You know, you can do that. If you make enough money to get the attention of you know, larger platforms, like, there are ways around that. We shouldn't be going through publishers anymore in the first place for indie devs. And there's a lot of good indie publishers out there that don't rape people. Unity already has tons of telemetry, like watching people's shoulders and stuff. Oh, it's retroactive? That's the worst thing about it? Yeah, if they're going to, like, I don't know if they could enforce that. We're going to add to our licensing policy a thing that makes it so that the creative works that have been built on our platform, now something in the other. I don't know. You'd have to fight that in a lot of countries, and you would get different results depending on the country. Sounds like a big mess, but at the core of it, I don't immediately jump to Unity is, you know, being horrible, because I feel like Unity has not been able to... I don't know what Unity's money numbers are. It just seemed like there wasn't a significant profit stream in Unity for the people who make Unity and maintain Unity. And if that's the case, then, you know, adjustments to the revenue stream are reasonable. 20 cents per game retroactive, that's maybe not that, but something. Sounds like a big old mess anyway. So what are we doing? Tourism pawn. You're ready? You just bought into all the parts that you want? Unity is bleeding money, but this is not the way to go about it. So actually, obviously, before we truly get started on this, I'm going to take a live stream break. If we're moving from Mimis stuff into tourism, we're going to build a ship, and then we're going to fly a ship. I'm going to take a live stream break before we get going. Yeah. So stick with me. Alt-2 is how we do that. And then because the cams haven't been... Oh, God.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Too much chat. Stick with me across like about 7 minutes or so. I'm going to play a little bit of music. We're going to go to a little live stream break. I'm going to catch my breath. I'll probably grab a little snack or something, put some yogurt in my belly, give me some calories to keep me going as we go, and then we're going to develop our first tourist ship and possibly kill our first Kerbals, because this is it. This is the mission. This is where, like, we're playing Probes Before Crew. This is where I try to build a ship that is incredibly threadbare in order to save as much money as possible, that also carries living Kerbal passengers. So, we'll see how that goes. Back after the break. B. Arthur... What? B. Arthur Nag? What are you talking about? We weren't... back at the 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pulling that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Kind of went to the wrong scene there, honestly. I was gonna stop in on Detroit and have a look. Have a look-see, for not just for you, for me, because I haven't seen it. What do we got going on in the city of Detroit here? So, border crossing at the Ambassador Bridge. This is the border between Windsor and America on the American side of that bridge right there. That bridge right there, we're actually looking at probably right over here. right there is this. So I've got strong coverage there. And then here's a man who's transporting a canoe. No, I didn't. Not sure what he had on the top of his vehicle there, but he had something on the top of his vehicle. Campus Martius Park at the top there. And, is it illegal to show school children getting off a bus on... we've got to go to the... Oh, Mickey. Mephistopheles. What the... An afternoon stream? I didn't plan for this. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Wait a second. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. And we haven't even really gotten started yet, Mephistopheles, which I probably shouldn't say for the rest of you who have been here for over an hour. We haven't really even gotten started, but you're just showing up. All that we've done in the first hour. We did two missions. We did two Minmus missions that were free because we already had the vessels out at Minmus. We got a little bit of science from space near Minmus. But the mission that took a wee bit longer was getting surface data, surface science, using one of the probes that we already had up there. The I Am a Dragon, to bounce to 3 different sites and do some science for us. And with that, we got up over 1 million Kurduckins, and then I spent it on the tracking station. We now finally have a Tier 2 tracking station. We can see something in the map that isn't gray and useless. And we've taken a pair of missions. Okay, music. We have taken a pair of missions for tourism. Our first tourist craft is going up here. And it's going up without a... Jesus, look at how shiny that looks. No, I'm not going to buy into it because of how expensive it is, but I'm waiting to see what that actually looks like in game, I'll tell you that. With this shininess pack that we've got from Magpie's Mods. Mark 1 crew cabin. We know this is going up. Everything else must relate to this. So this is the core of our craft. We're going to stick 2 Kerbals in there, 2 tourists, 2 yahoos wearing fanny packs and handing out traveler's checks, and send them up to orbit is all that they want to do. Just a quick little orbit and back. And we'll definitely be using the Hex for that. It's the best probe that we've got right now, if you don't have to do a re-entry. If you have to do a re-entry and you expect the probe to be exposed a little bit to the, if it's going to be on the leading edge of the re-entry, then you want to use the Octo. It's the only one that's got any, well, let's see, actually. Look, it says max temp, skin, 1200K, which I presume is Fahrenheit. Because everything's a K in the Kerbal. It's not Kelvin. This also says that it's 1200 and 1200 with the max skin, so that... It's just, Kerbal is a poorly designed game, isn't it? We were trying to come up with an excuse for why the Octo can survive re-entry way better than the Hex can. And I was saying, well, maybe it's the thermal and the dissipation and because of the extra weight, you see, because it's a 0.1 tons here. This one's 0.1 tons, but it's got all this other stuff and it's got a bigger battery. So how can it have the bigger battery if the weight didn't change? And the answer to that was, well, this one's got a much more heat-resistant shell. And then we look at the figure, 1200 and 1200. And what is it? It's just the same as the other one. So nope, it's just a poorly designed game. The Hex is probably supposed to perform as well as the Octo, but it just doesn't because they didn't. Do I have my music playlist posted in Discord or something? I don't, Mephistopheles, but it would be easy to do, because I've made it very short now. I've made it very short. There's not a lot going on there, so I could very easily get you my entire list of muse hacks. I pruned everything out of it that wasn't smooth jazz, or something similar. Let's buy into the service bay. We may or may not use it on this craft, because I could do this with a fairing instead, but we want everything to come back, so probably the best thing I could do is use a service bay. And we'll have a hex in there. Don't spin it, Vaughn, you'll just mess up the orientation for everything. So we've got a hex in there. Probably want some extra battery, since this is going to have crew in it. Well, it's not crew. It's going to have some people in it, and that doesn't really fit in there. I mean, that's another, like, this game is poorly designed thing. Like, you design a space that things go into, and then, like, two of the most commonly put into a thing don't fit inside the space. Why is it this tall? Because the guy who was designing it in 3D made it that tall without thinking about the actual size of any of the other parts. And this is a poorly designed game, is what I'm saying. Let's just, you know, pack fucking batteries in there then. It's just, do they fit, actually? They do, but barely fit. So that's, we get 100 charge from the unit itself. We get 200 more charge from that. That's 300 ECU on this thing. I think we can do that. That's perfect without... We won't even bring a solar panel on it. Why would we? It's just going up. It's going to orbit once. Because if I'm taking tourists up, they got to actually, you know, see. They get to see what they came up to see, right? So we go up. We let them go around the planet once. And then we bring them home. That's more than enough ECU to last them. We don't need to be recharging batteries on the fly. Make the Titan sub. I don't know what a Titan sub is. That's the second time you mentioned Titan sub I see in chat, but I don't know what you're talking about. It may use the Xbox button layout, but it's cheaper. Use the Logitech controller. I'm using a Logitech keyboard right now. I don't recommend it. I have been using not this exact model, but this kind of, you know, this is the modern version of this keyboard for a long time. I haven't run into an issue, you know, with it. I've been fine with it until I started actually, like, trying to play games, and now I can't play Cluster Truck with it because you can't hold down enough keys at the same time because there aren't enough diodes in the thing for it to know that I'm holding down, you know, 4 keys at once. And whoever designed the damn thing thought that it would be best if it was in default. The default mode was that all the F keys were media keys instead of actually sending the F through. And then the Logitech as a company decided, you know what, we can make it so that you can flip those settings. Why don't we pack it into a 1/4 of a gig download of software that I'm not going to download because that's whatever else you're putting in there is I don't need that on my computer, thanks. So what are we doing? What else needs to be in here for it to work? We're at LKO, and we're just going to LKO with this, so we technically wouldn't even really need an antenna, I don't think. But here's the deal. If this is coming back, and it is, this part of the craft is coming back, then anything we put on here is coming back with it, so I can spend whatever money we want to put on there. I can have whatever, you know. It's all about the money here. So far, we have spent $0 on this craft. So long as it's coming back, nothing. This costs us nothing. Unless there's a little amount of money that gets spent somehow, even when you recover stuff like that. That could be a thing, but whatever. It costs us nothing, is what I'm saying. The 5 rich guys that went down to the Titanic in a sub that wasn't rated for, like, half that depth, and they got crushed. Really? The Toten sub is the Titanic sub all those rich guys imploded in. Wow, okay. and they controlled it with a $10 Logitech controller, was piloted with a Logitech controller, well, that's why I didn't. There's your problem. This is going to be the tip of the ship, so one of the things that I know we're going to need is a tip of the ship. It's sort by mass. It's a tip of the ship, an aerodynamic nose cone, please, and not that one. Not that one. Yeah, that one. If it's going to, it's a passenger vessel, so it needs to be all white and look shiny and look, you know, when you see something that's shiny and white, you assume that it's safe. You know, that's what the yahoos will think. If it were like that, it looks a little bit too industrial. It's like, I don't know, that seems like it's less professional because it's not shiny and white. And then you show them this and they're like, oh, okay, that seems sturdy because of the color of the thing. Tourists are stupid, is what I'm saying. You know what would be fun and funny? Is if I built... It could turn into a glider on its way back, just for a little bit of fun. Huh? No, but imagine I did that. It's like, it's oh, and I already know the name of it, if I were to do something like that. Right? We've got radial mounted parachutes. Yeah. No. Now this is going to change where the center of mass is, but what I could do, I mean, if we put anything else on there, which I think there's got to be something else we need to put on there. If I put the antenna, it's not quite there. If I put the antenna kind of dead in the middle of where that looks, yeah, that's close. And I can use where the antenna was, just turn this off, and I can try and center my parachutes around that center of mass. If I turn it back on, if it's still dead in the center or real close, it's real close. I think if you move this one down a touch, well, it's not going to update because this is a poorly designed game. There we go. Okay, it's starting to update. Okay. So that would be like a perfectly balanced two parachute return thing right there. Let's make sure that the hibernate and warp is autoed. But other than like just a simple probe, some parachutes, you know, it'd be nice to have an SAS unit on there, but we don't need an SAS unit on there. I suppose if it's coming back, then it doesn't hurt us any to put it on because it's not costing us money, and that's the main concern of this program. Does it cost me money to send these tourists, these yahoos, to where they're headed? As long as it doesn't, I'm a happy boy. So yeah, we can go ahead and put on a small inline reaction wheel, and now that we've got the cone on there, you know, even though it penetrates through because this is a poorly designed game, you know, we clearly had the space for putting something in there, so I feel fine about that. I don't think we need, like, any, you know, there's no need for science, there's no need for anything on this craft, it's just an up and downer pawn. Although, it is going orbital and then coming back. You might want, you know, an ablator. I don't think we need an ablator with this kind of an aerodynamic profile and coming back with the aerodynamic nose cone on the front of it. You know? An ablator doesn't need to be there. If we were going to have an ablator, this is how I'd do it. Is I'd have the decoupler. Well, I'd have the ablator first, wouldn't you, Paul? Yeah, I'd have the ablator first. I'd have the 1.25. Boy, there's two different places where it can snap to there. I hope that's the right one. Will you please touch it? Jesus Christ, the mouse was over top of it. What the fuck's your fucking pro?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
If I were going to do it, I'll just take that off so we don't have that problem. Put you on, and then I can... You're back in there, thank you. This is how we do that. And then I could throw the nose cone away once we're up there revealing the you know, thing. And then, by the way, we definitely wouldn't need all that ablator. You know, 40 is probably overkill, honestly. But I do like having this little tail on there. And that's if we were going to do that. Now, what we've done by adding that weight to the front is change the center of mass to be almost perfectly dead center over the... That's not bad. All right. I like the weight of it. Now, what this does mean, though, is that we have just lost... we have spent our first $1 here, and it is... $240, and then that decoupler gets used up. I don't know if the decoupler counts or not. We've spent $240 on these damn tourists already. And you know how I hate that. Flip the separator, says Dramacian, so that we throw the separator off with the cone. Then we don't get the money back for the separator, but, you know, you're not wrong, so sure. I don't mind spending... I do mind. I don't mind spending a little bit of money on these tourista yahoos. Okay, so that's dead center to my eye right there. Oh, well, you gotta pull these off, you get. That's the... Oh, okay, yeah, no... Oh, well, you've pulled the whole thing. It's just this is what I was reaching for, thanks. Let's put this dead center. Or, you know, close enough. Yeah, that's good. That's good for my eye. And then... I'll put you back where you were, which was right about there. And I put this wherever it's dead center again, which is there, apparently. And just for the sake of it looking a little bit nicer than these ever do, I'm going to tuck it in a little bit on that one. I'm going to slide you back, because that fairing is going to pop off, and then that'll look really weird, is what I'm realizing right now. Do that, and take you off, and put you back on. You would need to be even higher now because of, you know, that stuff. I'm going to throw that one away. I think it's dirty. It's a dirty, dirty girl. Pull this one in. It doesn't have to be perfect pawn. I don't like it penetrating. If I pull it to where it's just not penetrating, that's where it was before, and then this one has to be just not penetrating anyway. There you go. Pull you back in a little bit. It's close enough, you know. It's gonna bring them down safely. Safely. And then, okay, what I could do to make this even better in terms of safely would be to put a little nose cone bumper on it, alright? So, we got the tiny nose cone, we got the very small nose cone. If I do the small nose cone, and I give this craft a penis, you know, just a little penis though, not much of a penis really, then the idea would be when we're gonna land, we deploy that, we open that up, the ground hits here, and it hits here. You feel me? You dig? So that we're not impacting directly the passenger compartment. That's a clitoris. Well, it's all penises, it's just, you know, how big are they? Alright, the ship has a clit. Alright, we got it. I'm loving the tail, especially now that we've given a little bump to it. It's looking more and more organic as we go. You are a little bit too close. In fact, let's just pull this up a little bit. We're not using that for centering the weight anymore. Let's just make the gap a juicy gap. That's the second time in this live stream I've said juicy gap. It's not all penises, it's just their size, it's all clits, it's just how big they are. Okay. I think that's it. That's your return vessel, right? We got parachutes for safety. I could give it wings. I could. What's the aerodynamic center of that? It doesn't have an aerodynamic center of it because you haven't given it wings. I don't need it to fly. Is the thing? Yeah, you should give it like a dart kind of thing. If you put the cheap fins on, they're just gonna explode on the way down. It's true. But if I put the not cheap fins on, imagine I had just 3 of them. It's for the return. It's for stability on return, right? I don't know, Pawn. Yeah, I don't know. Is this a bomb? What do you mean? What do you... Looks like a bomb. It's containing passengers. How could it possibly be intended to impact the ground and then explode? That's not... I wouldn't do that. We would not... Who would do that? No one here would do that. I don't need that one. Okay? We don't need that one. We'll have these for reasons. Yeah. Because we can. Because we can. And so now we just strap some boosters to the sides of it in two-sided symmetry and push it up there, and here's the thing. This is the thing. We have not spent a single dollar yet except for this nose cone, which is less than $300. As far as I'm concerned, we're bringing all this home, except for that nose cone and that decoupler, which is, let's see, how much money did we spend on that then? $200. So it's $200 and, what did I say before? $240. So we got $440 in this right now. Everything else comes home with us, so we didn't actually spend money on it. We need to come up with the cheapest possible way to push this to orbit. And you know, as I'm sitting here looking at it, it might want to, like, finish off the job itself. Like, right now it doesn't have any propulsion of its own. We want it to have propulsion of its own, don't we? So, and I did just buy into all that little stuff. All of our little stuff. So in terms of mass, I would want something that can be in line. It doesn't need to have a lot of fuel, but you know what? Just to have the right size of stuff in here. Let's say I did something like that. Remember, it's got to be all shiny white or else the tourists are going to think they'll die in it. And then we need like a little babby engine that's got to go on here. I guess 2 little babby engines. What kind of little babby engines have we got? We've only got inline engines. That sucks. You know, without going up to the thud. Because we've got this really cool, like, mermaid clit design. It's you could hide tanks in the tail situation. Yeah, that's not... That would be fair. There's definitely empty space in the tail that could be filled. I could put smaller tanks in the tail. I like that. If we can figure out how the balls I would put an engine on it, you know, that's going to be the problem. Damn it, I love my mermaid clit design. But without engines that can be radial, you know. If we had the little spiders, I think they're called. They're the version of the, not the terrier, not the ant, the spark. If we had the spiders, which I think are the spark, but they're radial mounted, then we'd put 2 of those on this. We don't have them yet, but I might be able to buy them. Since we've put a little bit of time and effort into tweaking this one, I will save it before we leave. Just, you know, in case something goes really sideways when we exit the scene. 012. This is going to be ship 13. And it's as yet unnamed, because we're probably naming it after someone in chat. Let's go over to RCS engines. Yeah, I could do that. The amount of thrust that we'd need. I want to be able to do this in Atmo. I want it to push itself up from, a high Atmo kind of a thing, basically. Not just... I mean, even if we were dropping it in space with the pushy-uppy stage, I would prefer to do it with LFO. Let's see if we can get... Like, are the spiders in the next thing here? Oh no, they're called the Twitch engines, actually. The spiders are the ant. Yeah, the spiders are the radial version of the ants, which are even less powerful. But I'm thinking of the Twitch engines. And they are indeed in the next tier, which we are not even allowed to purchase from. And we don't have enough science from, even if we could. But where you are suggesting, RCS engines, can we get, like, something else RCS that would help? Something that's more powerful? And the answer is almost certainly no, but I do want to just look through here. What do you got? Advanced construction? Or would, like... Where would stability type stuff be? Not in there. Advanced flight control gets us a monoprop tank. It gets us the bigger thruster block, and then it gets us the tiny ones. So none of that would really help us anyway. If we were going to do monoprop. And how well do propellers work in space? Are they good? Do they? You get a lot of DV out of that? It doesn't really look like there's anything that I want to buy that would help us. Like, how many monoprops could I get on here? And what's our monoprop container? Is it just that? Is that all we've got right now? I think it's just that. Oh, sort by mass. Damn it. We got the balls. There is the R120. So that would... It's a lot of monoprop, actually. It's probably more than we'd need. It's not particularly efficient. You know, the moment that we are able to buy into those engines, we upgrade the ship so that we can use LFO. That's how that works, too. But... this might get it done. These are pretty powerful. They do, 2 thruster power for each of these. It's not anything in comparison to, burning liquid fuel oxidizer. But... but what? I don't know, actually. Now I look at the size of this, I'm like, I don't know if I can convince myself. Let alone anybody in chat. Alright, that's on, and then we hit it with the translational, absolute translation, and then we've got 1 perfectly on the tip. Just the tip. Yeah, that's fine. And then the idea would be, can I put 2 onto these? You can't attach to these fins, apparently. Damn it. Let's, that. Just Still in the absolute. With the snap. Hit it. Kind of crazy, huh? Kind of ridiculous. Kind of like, what the hell are you even trying to do here, pawn? Does this count as cheating? Should it? I've created a thruster block. How many manas does it take to get to the center of space? I don't know. We could find out, though. If I do show actuation toggles and I say you're not on for any of these things, you're just fore aft and you're 4 by throttle. The problem is it will be doing that while we're going up, isn't it? Wouldn't it? Doesn't it? I could just throw the thrust limiter down to 0. No, it would be, it's only when RCS is enabled that that will, you know, actually function. So I do it there and I do it here. And then we can control that with the throttle. I've created, that's 10 monoprop power out of this engine. But again, we have to look at this crap. This is so much monoprop. It's the right size though, Pun. If you don't want that much monoprop, then only put in half. We'll put in half and we'll see how that works out. You know, we might have to launch this a couple of times. It's no biggie. Now, we put one of these dead center. Keeps track of something for me. Put you way up there. And then I put you in whatever place. We'll pull it back to more or less dead center. That's pretty nice. I like that. Yeah. Alright. So we're rebalanced for those two to pull us down. What is the weight of this right now? It is 2.293 tons and pawn. What? You're gonna be empty on the thing when you come down. You should have been balancing that for an empty monoprop container, not for the 60. I know. Then why did you do it dumb? I know. When it's empty, oh, I love that. I love that the parachute's going to be that much further back. That's cool. It kind of helps to justify why the fuck did you even do it that way? You know, I don't have to say, because I liked the look of it. I can be like, well, because I needed to extend the parachute for when the tank is empty. It needed to be, shut up. Kerbals do affect mass slightly. 0.094 tons per Kerbal. They'll be pretty near it. You know, the one who's sitting here will be perfect. It won't be affecting it at all. The center of mass, anyway. This one's going to be screwing everybody up. What the fuck happened down here? What are you doing? Did somebody ask you to do that? Because it wasn't me. I don't recall. Still good? You're still good. I like it because it's unique. I've never quite done that before. Will it work? Probably not. That's for the next guy to worry about, is what that is. So now, we push it up there. As cheaply as we possibly can is how we'd like to do it. Unfortunately, we can't do it as cheaply as possible because I've decided to have it be the mermaid clit. Forget about cheap. We're making it the way that I've made it. Because I like where we are right now in the build. Liquid fuel, I think, is actually cheaper than solid. We're going to start with solid. And this is going to be another issue that I saw coming. I just didn't know really what I was going to do about it when I got here, which is that, you know, these things kind of need to be... Oh, and now the clit's in the way, too. They need to be in places where there are already other things blocking the places that they would need to be. Like, that would be a believable location for it, but then our comms system is, doesn't need to be there. It's gonna, cause the Kerbal, okay, the Kerbal that's sitting there pulls the weight off in a way that somehow pulling this in this direction, it rebalances instead of making it worse like you think it would do. That's that, you heard me. Pull you down. I love how tight that is. And it's weird as fuck, and you know how I like weird as fuck. But it needs to be able to sit on them is another issue that we're facing here. Which means that they're way back here, and I don't think I've even unlocked struts yet. Those are going to be a little bit wobbly. Hey, it's for tourists. They don't need to live. I have unlocked struts. I have unlocked struts, so that's not a problem. In fact, no, I had pressed a different button before I did that, Kerbal. I know you like to eat inputs and shit. I'm pushing it way the hell down, then. And then I'm going to give it one strut. Remember, we're trying to save money. Struts cost money. And I just need one strut from here to here. You did two. I pressed Shift X before we did that, Kerbal. I know you like to eat inputs and shit, Kerbal. I don't know if I mentioned that, like, just a second ago. There you are. Yes, sir. So that'll keep those stable. What are we looking at in DV there? We're probably not even doing this, you know? So, yeah. 2,000 is not enough anyway, and we would thrust limit the balls out of that. Yeah, so we would need a liquid fuel stage anyway. But note that these two on here brought us up to 9,228, doing it that way and having one strut down there. That's just 5 parts. So 92.28 is what that would have cost, and I'll just set that over here. And now we're going to look at it liquid-wise, which is going to involve the cost of 2 engines instead of 1 because of the way that you've done this, Pawn. You really just need to get rid of the dolphin clit, and then this wouldn't be a problem. You could make the ship so that it has LFO on it, it pushes itself fine with liquid fuel, and then you could push it up with these because it was using liquid fuel. And it would be able to burn in high atmo the 1,000 that was needed using one of those small engines that you just bought into. These are all the smart ways to do things, but you like your little dolphin clit. And yeah, I do like my little dolphin clit. So again, with these guys, they look very, very attached, very solid, very, there. So first off, let's just try throwing on 2 of the big guys that we just bought into with para engines. We'll start with swivels. And that's 11,486, costing a lot more than the SRBs and still just getting us what we started with in the first place. Still just the 2,000 meters per second of delta V that we were seeing otherwise. With the Reliance, we get up to 2,300 meters per second of delta V. You make it look like a mermaid, give it a clit, and then position the SRBs so it looks like the mermaid is in a threesome. I'd expect no less from you, Paul. We might have to lose the mermaid clit. I'm sorry. I love it. And we can have the mermaid clit once we are able to buy into the smaller liquid fuel radial attached things. But, like, I can get this ship where we're sending it if we're like that. I'm pretty sure we can make that happen. just below the gray line. Just below the gray line. If I drop all this. Yeah, thrust to weight ratio crazy, but I've already pulled it down. You know, we'll control it, and then we'll need aerodynamic, like you know, we'll need actual. We'll need to be able to control it in Atmo. We gotta lose this for now. We'll rebuild it in a different make, I guess. Oh, and that means we gotta lose that too. Damn it! After I just put all this back on, this is not coming because we're going LFO. And I'm going with a small guy like that, and I'm going with a small engine. The Spark is what I would like. It might be the Terrier, actually. What do we do here? In vacuum, 845 meters per second. We would need more liquid fuel than that. TWR would be just about 1.0, and by the time we add the fuel, we need a little bit more power because this will be burning in Atmo. So if I put on U, and then we grab the Terrier, then we've got more than enough Delta V to finish off what the SRBs do as a pair. And we probably don't, you know, now that we're in a nice straight line with all the right sizes, we don't need the SRBs to be in a pair. I hate it now, though. It's too simple, it's too normal, it's too right. We need to get back to the mermaid clit design as soon as possible, as soon as we're allowed by the parts that we have. Much sads now. Yeah, me too. It'll be back, though. The mermaid clit shall not be forgotten. I'll make you happier by doing that. Doesn't that immediately make you like, oh, yeah, no, that's actually okay. I can get behind this, right? Right? Right. Let's drain that, so that we can rebalance the parachutes when it's time for that. Is there anything else that needs to be on this mofo? And yes, we still need... The dolphin may be gone, but the clit was there for function, not form. It was there to preserve our, it was there for impact. When we've got this open, we needed something standing tall so that we wouldn't just slam something into the something. So yeah, the clit comes back. Reason all rockets look like dicks. We are the aerodynamic superior gender. I think that's everything that needs to be there, though. So pull that off, and again, we're gonna do this thing. Okay. Do I actually just want the center? No, you want it to be able to, when it's coming down, you want it to be as flat as possible. That's why you're doing this way, Pawn. Is it? I think that's why you're doing it this way. Yeah. So, give me you, put you back where you go, which is somewhere up here. Pulls you up a little bit. And then having you right at the back. Very nice. And now I can refill the LFO. And if we can get this thing to about 2,000 meters per second, or, if we can get this thing pushed 2,000 meters per second of Delta V the way up, it can finish the job itself. That's 1,300, that'll do it, from space. Or even near space, really. So can we get her there, though? And you're going to make everyone sad again, because when you put the coupler or the decoupler on, it's not going to actually, look right if you've got a shroud. Everything needs a little splash of color. Even when the Yahoos are coming aboard, they'll see that orange and they'll be like, ooh, that copper. So, instead of doing like a double thing with two on the other side so that we could keep our dolphin fin, now we can just like build underneath the damn thing. And let's do this comparison again. Let's look at what a thumper does from sea level. Thumper gets us 1,400 and costs us 6,015. We might... No, leave that on there. I think this might just be full liquid. Might be full LFO. Give me the swivel for control. I really don't think the swivel should be radial mounted possible. Doesn't seem quite right to me. That's 1386. And we're up to 7,165. When that was just an SRB, it was cheaper. Wasn't it? So I go back to the thumper. And that was 6,015. The cost is a primary concern here. So, if you're 1423... Because either way, we're going to be throwing something on here that gets thrown off to the side, was my thought, you know? Or I just increase how much fuel we're bringing in this guy. Let's go up another on this guy. Every time you do this and then you rebalance things, you're just wasting all of our time. Yeah. You guys like it though, right? So just don't rebalance it, alright? Put the clit on there. We'll focus on the rebalancing at the very end. But if if I had that kind of fuel on there, when we get to vacuum, now that would be 2,203 meters per second if we were doing it from vacuum. Now let's say we were doing it from altitude, and we started at like 18K. Then we've got 2,000, we got 2,100 meters per second. If we can get this up there like that, we can get it up there by like 1,000, not 1,000, more than 1,000, then it should be able to push itself the rest of the way. We just got to get it up toward 20 kilometers up. This will easily make orbit with 3,600 delta V. So that kind of solves it, and the price stays low, right? TWR is still good. We need to put on some aerodynamic stuff, some fins for controlling us on the way up. But again, point here is to be cheap. When I put this parachute on, the price is going to jump back up, I'm sure. 6240, not bad at all before we put on the fins. Are you going to rebalance this again? Wait until the very end, Pawn. Wait until the very frickin' end. Okay. Can't change the color of that, can I? No. So, with our aerodynamicism, we need... This is the lightest weight fin that has surface... surface whatever it's called. It's got surface... control surfaces. That's a word my brain wouldn't find. Put 4 of them on there, we'll have a ton of control as we're going up. But God, they're expensive. Look at how much 4 of those on there cost. That's nasty. This needs to be slim, threadbare, just enough to, you know, function, kind of. Holy shit. Okay, it's just a little bit more. 7,790. These little fucking fins, they're 500 apiece. The ones with controls are only 600 apiece. It's only 200 more to have controls on them. Pawn, you forget that you can just launch it and test it as you go. The worst that happens is some rich yahoos die. Oh, that's true. I would probably do better by the people who enjoy watching these streams if I did more testing, but I do like to design fully, explore every option in the fucking VAB, and then put it out on the pad. That just seems to be my way. It's not a good way, but it is my way. This potentially gets her done. It gives us enough control authority as we're going up to pull things over. I think we might even be able to get away with this. I think we should try get it, without that. It saves so much money. Because now, like, everything that's coming back, we do have, like, we're throwing away almost $500 from the tip. But outside of this, all that comes back. So we're talking about $1,500 we're spending on sending these guys up every time that 2 of them want to go up. Yeah. I'm going to open the raffle now, because we're getting close to the point where we'd put this on the pad and test it. So, let me get Potato Roid online. Okay. And then let me open a raffle. And we are running a raffle right now for the name of this vessel. Okay? Your name will be in the name of this vessel if you are the winner. And we may, use this. But I tell you what, when we... Yeah, I'll tell you what, whoever wins this is not only winning this ship, you're winning the Dolphin Clit as well. Because the Dolphin Clit... I don't know. No, the Dolphin Clit's going to be a major redesign. I think the Dolphin Clit has to go to the next person. We'll cross that bridge when we burn it. And we're not quite done. I'm just taking a sip of my water. Okay. You know what? Before I finish this off, I'm also going to get a little nude. A little naked. I can tell that I'm starting to get hot. Managing my body's temperature is a thing. I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt. I don't need to be wearing a long sleeve shirt. I'm wearing any pants. I don't need to be wearing any pants. I'm wearing a merkin. Wait, no, I'm not wearing it. Why would I be? Okay. Back in the headphones. Is there anything else that's going to go on here? You're going to rely on your ability to bump the ship down like we've done before, just a little bit while we're still going slow, get the ship kind of tilted just a little bit down, so that we can have a bit of an arc while we're on the SRB stage. Yeah, and then we get there. So I don't think any more parts go on the craft pawn, which is what you're thinking about, right? So let's do the TWR, which from sea level, we want 1.4 to start with, which will be 66 even, apparently. There's our 1.4 TWR. And now let's balance our parachutes for landing again, so I'm draining all the liquid oxy from there, and then I'm yanking off the part of the ship that won't be there. Not yanking off that way, the other way. Move you down to where you're dead center in line with where I have the camera. That's supposed to be up there. Oh no, you're supposed to... It's not. I don't know why it grabs like through the... It was very close. Move this again though. That's better. And then you go up here. And where's the other one? There you are. And you go right there. Yeah, it was basically the same place. Okay, and then you can put the liquid oxy back in. We want to make sure and burn it all out when we're coming... Ah, fuck. It's fine. I don't even have to move the stuff. Remove from symmetry. And then... yank you away. Remove from symmetry. Yank you away. Why do I keep saying yank? It's like I'm just tempting everyone. There you go. Okay, so that's all balanced. TWR should be correct. Just double check it, because sometimes the game lies to you. It really does. It's not just being in the wrong mode here. Sometimes it just genuinely stops updating, and then you look at it and go, okay, we're good, and then, no, you're not good. Because I'm a yank. That's why I'm yanking so much. I don't know. Don't need as much control as you think. All you gotta do is tip it a bit when it's slow. Say 50 meters per second, then tell it to follow prograde the rest of the way, which it will tend to want to do anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping will work on this as we put in this untested vessel, as we immediately put in our first 2 tourists. And, send them to space. Oh, god damn it. This all day this game's been, tricking me into putting 2 on instead of the one I want. I don't need that from you. Nobody needs that from you. Okay? We good? I think we good. Let's do the staging. So SRBs are gonna fire, and then we'd be dropping that stage and firing this up. When we're coming home, actually when we're in space, we're gonna blow the tip of this thing off. Which I don't think is strictly necessary, but, you know, the tourists seem to like surviving, is what we found. Yeah. This is it. Let's find out who is our winner in the raffle. So if you didn't get in to the raffle, it's too late. It's too late, because I'm rolling a winner right now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the name of this ship is going to be... The name of this ship is going to be... Mephistopheles, SSBM. This is the 3rd thing you've gotten in the program, Mephistopheles. We've got a Mephistopheles Jr. This is 003. It's the 3rd, you know. Rigged. Yeah, I think so too. I know how it's randomly rolling, and I did give it preference to names that start with the letter M. So there's that. Yeah, Mephistopheles 3. But I want to say something about the tourism here. Which should be... No, that's fine. I think I like the idea of saying it's the. We're making it a, you know, I mean, it's already proper now, but we're putting the in front of it to make it sound right. We're saying the Mephistopheles 3. In fact, it's got to be the Mephistopheles 3, because that's what the yahoos in tourism would expect. Like, if it's Mephistopheles the 3rd, we know what that's about, but they need the Mephistopheles 3. And then they'll ask, what happened to the first 2 Mephistopheles? And we'll just say, we don't talk about that. Yeah. Don't ask about the first 2 Mephistopheles apostrophes. Save the craft. I think we're ready to put it out there and launch it. One last look here. Yeah, SRBs, and then we blow off the SRB and fire up the liquid fuel, and then we pop off the top when we're in space. We come home and we pop the parachutes. We got Stephanie Kohler and Hans Schwarz. Stephanie Kohler. And we save it, and we're ready to go. After this live stream, but we're gonna just go. Yeah. Alright, 2 yahoos to space. If it goes wrong, no revert. No revert. Oh, I loved the way that the sound glitched there. Oh, Jesus, we're launching in the middle of the goddamn night? Not the middle of the goddamn night, but pretty goddamn nightish. this was the best time because of the weather.
Three,
Oh, Jesus.
two,
SAS on throttle to full.
fire.
There's a little bit, you're rushing me a bit these days, Houston. Alright, at 50 meters per second, I'm going to pull down, is the thing. I might have even rolled it around to a better time of day for launch, because we're on a live stream, Houston, but you just had to push. You had to push it, didn't you? Okay, yep. There you go. There you go. I'm trying to, it wants to pull down to the north. I mean, down to the north? It wants to pull up to the north. I'm rolling it back, I'm fighting it a little bit. Okay, hold. Prograde, just follow the prograde. Alright, she's a-going. And what kind of height are we making? Height and speed here. Yep, you're not helping me there. I'm pulling up. Periaps is already to 20 kilometers. We could have rolled down the ball quite a bit more. Okay, follow prograde for the change. Okay. And give me control again. Nope. Right there. Can you hold that? No, you can't hold that. Alright, I'll hold it for you. We're good. 35 kilometers on the app. Gotta pull it down now. I'm just staring at the ball, so I don't even know what y'all are seeing. Oh, this is kind of okay that we flew up really high first, because this engine is, it's better in higher atmosphere. Less atmosphere is good for this engine, but also it's so, like, weak that, you know, building the speed slowly, this is actually a decent way to fly this, is what I'm going to say. Let me roll over the way that we expect it to be. $50 kilometers on the apoapsis. Roll down to below 10 degrees on the ball. For some reason it does pull to one side. It might be that clit sticking out. The ship's clit may be creating a bit of aerodynamic drag, Captain. There was a conversation about that in the in chat a little bit earlier about the you know, non-aerodynamicism of the female form, and here we are witnessing. This is not bad. This was a not bad ascent, even though it kind of looked a little sketchy at the beginning. Going up, the way we went up was pretty good. I'm stopping us at 73 point something, and I'm holding prograde, and we're almost to space. So we're not going to lose too much of the speed that we've made. We've got 150 meters per second of DV left in the tanks here in order to get negative 150 periaps to go away, and we get to drop the weight of this nose cone before we start burning again. So this might make it. Paul and I said it was more aerodynamic. Oh, did you? Yes. Well, you were arguing on that side of the argument, but there was another side of the argument that said the opposite. The drag from the clit pulled it north. If you rotate the rocket on the pad, it could pull you down the ball instead. Yeah. The Mark II, play a little bit with the rotation, I guess. Then you gotta rotate the probe core separately from the craft, and then rotate the craft, kind of a thing. If you want to just be able to tap or hold D and go where you're going. And who doesn't want to hold D? Who doesn't love to hold D? Alright, 4 times Fizz Warp, get us into space. As soon as we're in space, I'm dropping this nose cone. I should pull a little bit off axis. Goodbye! I don't know where it went, but goodbye! So that saves us a little delta V. I don't know if we actually see any of it, 154 meters per second. And look at this. Look at this, everybody. Our first actual we can see something in map mode, and because I've got the whatever this mod is, we've got a projection of what would happen if we hit the atmosphere. I don't know if that's supposed to be enabled yet. I don't know how this mod works. Like, does it have a career mode integration, or is it just always on? I don't understand. But I like having it here. It gives me a It's more fun aiming for trying to return at the KSC and stuff. I'm gonna start our burn now. Holding just a little bit above. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that happened rather quickly. How we doing on actually getting where we're trying to go, though? I'm burning again. And we're out. We didn't quite make it. So we need to fly that a little bit more efficiently if we're going to make it all the way up.
Oh, shit.
That's maybe what the passengers are saying. So what did we make some money off of that anyway, right? Because they wanted to go suborbital. They've been suborbital. I think their suborbital payment might have paid to, you know, launch this ship. Especially, yeah, it did. Especially with the fact that we're going to bring back most of it. Turn a bit harder early on, less hard later on. Ideally prograde all the way, says Lava Lamp. Yeah, I mean, we could also try, you know, adding a little bit more fuel. But I think we've got enough Delta V here to make it where we want to go. Just needs to be flown a little bit better, and I think if we do that little Mark II upgrade... Where's the ship? If we do that little Mark II upgrade where we put the clit in the right place, then we'll be better off. Yeah, you can still hold your prograde. How we doing on electric charge and stuff? Okay, we're back into atmosphere here. And are we in free cam? Give me free cam. Yeah, the Kerbin is now below us. So we're in the way that we'd like to be. In the orientation that I'd like is what I mean to say there. And we are projected to probably not, like, just barely make it to sunrise. This was a horrible time to run this mission. Absolutely horrible time to run this mission. If Houston wouldn't have jumped in and kind of given me a countdown while I was still, we wouldn't have done it. Wait, am I upside down? That's why the clit's in your face point. You're upside down. Jeez. Hang on, I want this to be nice.
In 3, 2... Why am I doing this? It's a plane takeoff. There's no countdown necessary.
Yeah, well, it would have been nice if we would have shown a little restraint on the launch pad. Alright, we're at 4 times Fizz Warp, and we're coming on down, and we're kicking off a little bit of a comet trail. Ever so slightly here.
Just skipping me entirely now, are we?
I'm going to stop responding to that when it's not appropriate, when it doesn't make any sense. And maybe you guys will stop playing it in situations where it doesn't make any sense. I think probably that's not the case. What is going on here? Why is SAS not holding prograde? Man, that clit. Wow. Look at that. Morning from space. Wow, yeah. Flip us over. That's nice. What are you doing? What are you doing? I think I was trying to do that and bring the stuff back up. I pressed a button. How close are we to impact? Alright, at 3 kilometers we're going to pop the parachutes. I guess the clit was pulling us off in atmosphere. Maybe we need 2 clits. The parachute is in one side of the I don't know, you got room for a second clit. Okay, so how did the balancing work? We have no SAS right now, and we're pretty damn well balanced. Now the plan was, for landing, we open up the pod bay doors, Dave. Hell. We open up the pod bay doors, hell. And then it lands on the clit, the very rigid clit, and the service bay. That is, by the way, I'm not just saying clit because, you know, it would be a funny, you know, sex reference. That's blue humor. I don't do blue humor. That is the clit is the actual acronym that NASA uses for their landing impact bumpers. I forget what it stands for. Cumulative lifter, interrogatory transitive. Thing. Maybe it ends with thing. I don't know, but yeah, that's if you're ever at NASA and you want to look smart, you see a little bump on a spaceship, you say, "Oh, is that the clit?" They'll know what you're talking about. Here we go, landing. We're fine. We solid clit right there. That was a solid clit, but that was a hell of an impact right there, is what I want to say. Oh Jesus! I didn't even look at. We've got Morgan Freeman was on one of our first riders. Holy crap! Morgan Freeman rode with us to space for the first time. I'm sorry we didn't get you all the way to space, Morgan, but we're happy to have you here in the program. That's not the button I wanted to press. I wanted to see. And Uma Thurman? Morgan Freeman and Uma Thurman, holy shit. Can I get autographs? Are we upside down? Yeah, there might be a few design flaws. One or two. We're upside down. Why? That doesn't... Yeah, there's... What? Guys? I can't go further than that, guys. Is it nope. Got Kerbal. We're in Australia. Yeah, that's Morgan Freeman and Uma Thurman went to Australia in our space program. This is the best day ever. Call this a successful first launch of the Mephistopheles 3. Yeah, we had some pretty high-power Hollywood names on your first launch. Someone put the parachutes on the boat. Did they? Or did the camera just flip upside down and was projecting things wrong onto screen? I'm not sure. We're going to have to look. So it did cost us something to launch that, but we got back 1,995 funds. The parts degraded in flight. We need to not land on another continent. But we did get something back, and the tourists are ready for their next assignment, which is to go to space again in the same ship, but different. Let's just look at this again. Are the parachutes indeed on the wrong side? It would appear that the parachutes are on the wrong side. Yes. Okay, that's not... In fact, the parachutes are not on the wrong side, okay? This is upside down. That's what happened there. See, now that's your problem. Is that this was supposed to be there. It was always meant to be there. Duh. Derp and duh. And that actually gives us room for another parachute, which I think, considering the velocity of our impact last time, might be a good idea. I'm gonna just put it where it looks like it needs to go, you know? We don't need to be scientific or design a rocket. So I put it there, and then looking at it from the side, we drag it up a little bit until like the blue line looks like it's intersecting that one. That looks good to me. Third parachute for these guys. You know, I'm thinking we probably do need 2 clits. I think we need a second clit here, and we could do that by doing the rebalancing again. You know how I like to do the rebalancing. The rebalancing is my favorite part, apparently. I mean, we do it all the fucking time, so I better enjoy it, huh? And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna like I'll take you off, I'll take you off. That's still at the center of the craft, so those are fine, those can stay on. To reduce the drag, or, you know, to balance the drag out. So when we're coming back, like, it might help to pull us down when we're going up, but when we're coming back, it's pulling us off axis. I just don't like it. I think we need 2 clits just for the aerodynamic. And then we can land upside down again if we wanted to. And then having added those, yeah, I don't think that the weight of those is really impacting anything here, so I'll just put you back on. And then the idea would be put this parachute as far to the back as you're allowed to put it, which is going to be here. And not 2 of them. Kerbal, all day with this bullshit. With you fooling me into putting 2 on where I want 1. Put you on. Is this accurate? Bring it on and then off again. Yeah, you do move. Like, that looks like the center of that, but then again, we didn't really center that. How about this? Yeah, that's close enough. That's good enough for government work. I think. And then we fill this thing back up. And then while I've got this open, we were also going to rotate the craft separately from the U. So what I'm looking to grab here is actually this, and then do like that. That leaves the probe in the spot that it was in. The batteries can be there. I'm fine with leaving them there. So the probe is still in its orientation, but the ship is now in a better orientation for us going up. And then we put this back on. Close you back down. And is that everything? I think that's everything. Let me just do a little bit of stage check here. SRBs, drop the SRB, fire up liquid fuel. Drop that, all 3 parachutes at once. Rotate the probe so the gravity turn clit pokes out the door. Did I do the thing? Did I do the thing? We're rotated in directions and whatnot. You know, what doesn't seem right, though, is that the Kerbals are going to be going upside down. Let's fix that. Let's once more. Well, you don't really need to do this, but yeah, grab it here, and then like that is actually how we want it. And then when we're turning down the ball, the Kerbals will not be upside down as we're going up. It is a tourist vessel. We should do it right. I think that's it. So the Mephistopheles 3 Mark II, not all caps, Mark II. Save, and then we just got to fly a little bit better than we did the last time. Pull it down the ball a little bit harder so that we get a better turnover, and then hope that being in lower atmosphere doesn't, you know, because the thing that could affect us that could make that actually worse to turn over harder is that we're on the Terrier engine, and it performs very poorly in atmosphere. So, you know, by firing it up at a lower place in atmosphere, it could be bad. We'll take a nap, see y'all in the VOG. Good night, acute Sharky. Let the tourists black out from excessive G-force. It's all part of the show, part of the ride. Let's give it a go, see how it performs. Again, I'm going to treat this as no resets because we've got, you know, actual Kerbal life on board. I don't want to do this in the dark again, so I'm not going to. If we're in the dark, don't give me a countdown until I've warped, because I'm not going to respect it. And I am going to just try and warp through it. I know we're burning electric charge, but we're also something. No, I've got the probe in, you know, auto hibernate mode anyway, and we'll do it just as the sun is rising over the KSC. You know, tourists always like to show up at 4:30 in the morning. Fire it up, and if I could get a countdown, Houston, please.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we are off and away in the Mephistopheles Mark II. 50 meters per second. I'm going to try pulling us down, and hopefully we stay on the line this time. Pulling down. Yeah, we're not getting pulled off to the north. And I'm tapping. I don't want to pull us down like crazy. But I do want to pull us down. Okay, I'm just holding D now. I'm just got my hand, just got my finger right on that D. 400 meters per second of solid fuel remaining in this burn. Still just holding D. Coming off a D now. Okay. Rolling down the ball. I don't want to roll down it too much, but I'm going to keep pulling our prograde down. We need to fly this a little bit more. Oh my god, look at how beautiful that is. Need to fly this just a little bit more efficiently than we did the last one. And, you know, getting to space a little bit sooner by not rolling all the way down the ball and burning in Atmo might help too. Oh, jeez. I started looking at the camera shot instead of the ball there, and then it switched over to orbital readings on me. And Apoapsis is almost to space at this point. Burn us up to about a 72.5, 73 kind of a thing. There we go, a little bit before 73. Hold our prograde as we go up. 4 times Fizz Warp and see how we're doing now. We've got a lot less speed out of our initial burn, but we're going to be in space a lot earlier. I'm going to be throwing this off a lot earlier. This engine is very much designed for space. So all of our efficiencies, we got 652 meters per second before I did that. Now we got 668 meters per second, so we got a little bit back right there as well. And, you know, we can burn from map mode now. Not that really we should or need to, or that is going to help. I'm going to start the burn a little early, because I'm not sure. Why are we rolling up the ball? Why? There's a weight imbalance for some reason somehow. The SAS is unable to hold against it too. What the hell? Like, we just put on 2 clits. We know that there's no weight imbalance. Don't mess with me. Don't lie to me. Okay. We're really low on Delta V. And we're out. And we still did not make it. We actually did worse on that flight. We might just need some more liquid fuel on this. Our biggest drawback on this craft is that we're firing this Terrier up in low atmo, and we're leaving tons of Delta V in the low atmosphere. And that's where our real problem is. Okay, yeah, why was it pulling up? Well, we do have this imbalance, don't we? In weight. We have a massive imbalance in weight once we're up here because of the parachutes all being on one side. And there's no, like, counterbalancing that, really. You just gotta fight it. Let's see how much ablator we use up on this descent. And maybe I'll reduce the amount. I mean, it's really on there just for the sake of role-playing in the first place from a LKO return. We could have just left the nose cone in front of it, I'm pretty confident. But yeah, this is what it could have looked like if we had done this the first time, you know, in the sunshine. Love the Mission Beauty shots, and I really like the speckling. I'm not a huge fan of the comet trail. I like it from afar, and I think it'll be really cool when we're looking at, you know, asteroids being deorbited and stuff like that, but on your own craft, it kind of looks weird. So, we used, out of the 40 we brought, we used a little bit more than 20, which means, you know, technically, yeah, 40 is the right number. We could bring up 20, but we would go through all of it. Oh, no, I thought I was hitting the comma, not the period. And we're going to lose a lot of, you know, the money on this flight as well. Because we're so far from the KSC when we recover this thing. Coming down in water, so radar and orbital altitude, whatever that is, sea level altitude, radar and sea level altitude are in fact the same. Oh, you're supposed to pop those a second ago. Let's see how this works out. No SAS, we got 3 parachutes now. A little bit of a spine-breaking yank, but nothing these Kerbals can't survive. Let's just float this thing down. Might want to move this one back a little bit for a flatter descent there. We'll slow down and have a nice, pretty descent into the water. Like that. Second stage engine is already pretty efficient by the time it lights. Get a lot more out of it by flying a shallower profile, by tilting over earlier. Might be losing some performance to drag from the clits, though. I think you're exactly wrong, Lava Lamp. I'm not usually, like, proud enough in my knowledge of this game to go completely against, but I think you're exactly wrong. I think where we're firing this engine up is leaving tons of it down there. I think this engine only really becomes reasonably efficient at like 20 kilometers and above, and I think where we're kicking it on is, I haven't noticed, actually, I haven't kept track, but I'm thinking that it's down by 10K. I think we're way under where this thing would really start to have its normal efficiencies. This is the Terrier, after all. This isn't meant to be used in atmosphere at all. But yeah, I think it's all of our problems are in firing that Terrier up way too soon. You can see the engine ISP if you right-click it and pin the window. It'll be pretty good. I don't think it will. So we can bet against one another here. No, not reverting the flight. We're recovering the vessel. 2 launches of our initial tourist ship, and the extra thing to think about here is that, well, we're putting all of this effort into the tourist ship. The moment that we get those little engines, we would be rebuilding it, and we're not even going to rebuild it like this. Now that I've thought about it a little bit, we're going to make a ship that pushes 4 Kerbals up, because we want to make as much money as possible and pushing more of them at once. So it's like we're putting a lot of time and effort into our first tourist ship, which is going to be disposed of almost immediately. But hey, that's Kerbal. This is the fun, you know? The fun is building the ships and testing them and seeing what you gotta do and fighting against it and getting it to work. And, you know, at least for me it is. That's where I'm finding the fun. You know, I've speed run to this game. Got unlocked the entire tech tree in 40-some minutes, you know, in science mode and in under an hour. Or was it a little over an hour? I can't remember. In career mode and stuff like that. I like to take my time and play with the minutia. Alright, back in. Make some adjustments. Last time the engine lit at 13 kilometers, which is approximately 10% atmospheric pressure, so the engine would have an ISP of 319 out of the max 345. You know, the other way that we could see that, right here from the VAB, is by playing with the altitude. So, in vacuum, this stage is saying that it should have 1,963 meters per second. We lost a lot by adding that extra parachute. We might get rid of that parachute to get the delta V back. I wasn't thinking about that when I put that on there. But so then if we do altitude at 22 kilometers, we're only losing like 30 meters per second. It's not a big loss. As I go down, it projects, if we're at 13, we've lost 150 meters per second of delta V. Yeah, I mean, this is just a projection, but that's what I expected to see on this engine. Difference between losing, you know, 30, exactly 319 ISP, called it precisely. Yeah, but I mean, 150 delta V left behind is pretty shit. So we go back to this parachute, get rid of that, and then we're looking at 1800 and 1432. Well, actually that's 1213, so that's 3300 at max. Like this craft isn't even possible for making orbit. Like, it's so tight, it's not, it wouldn't. Sea level at 1200 meters per second plus 1868, we're not even hitting 3100 really. So we need some more DV, some more liquid fuel on this stage, or honestly, we need to push this stage up a little bit higher before we let it go. Is what really needs to happen. And you know, if we had the even bigger SRB, ooh, yeah. It's not really 150 dV lost, though, since you're climbing real fast. Yeah, I definitely expect there to be a difference between the projection and the reality, but it's still a pretty big thing. It ain't just a couple of dV here and there, I don't think. We don't have, like, could I buy into the engine tier? Yeah, I could probably buy into the engine tier, and if the next biggest SRB is in there, boy, that'd solve all of our problems in one little strike, huh? We're going on to the Mark III. So before I leave here, I will save this as the Mark III. Where am I going? What am I doing? You're going to the R&D center, and I think in this one, we would get the kickback solid fuel booster. So I'm buying into that just to get the kickback, because that immediately, you know, makes everything just super easy. We might need to add aerodynamics to it now, but in terms of getting the DV we want, we can now take some of the liquid fuel away from there, presumably. Big old kickback engine. That's still not, that's still embedded into the ground. That's a tall boy. It's a bit of a tall boy there. So put the SRB in its own stage, and then staging is still okay in every other regard, which means I could put that parachute back on, presumably. So with this guy, we got 2,400 meters per second of DV. I mean, this is the cheap solution is the thing. This is the way to get, like, the Delta V, you know, to overwhelm the Delta V problems cheaply. But it's also, maybe it's not, because you do this and then you have to add fins to it. I think because this is going to be, you know, a lot more unstable going up would be my presumption there. And then the fins end up costing a butt ton. But what we can do, and before we, like, I gotta pick what I want to experiment with, and I'm gonna experiment with first, like, reducing our Delta V back down to just the tiny bit here that we've got. If we're pushing it up that high, we could, you know, conceivably go down to that smaller engine again, but no, I want the Terrier. Oh, yeah, you can just leave it in there. I still want the Terrier, I think. And now, what does that give us in vacuum? That gives us only 708 meters per second of Delta V, which still adds up to, you know, probably what we need. What do we got here? If it's 2,500 plus 700, that's a little tight. That's a little tight, boy. I feel a little bit tight in my jockeys there. Little tight in my jockeys. Could do a liquid swivel stage. You know what? We'll compare costs on that, because that's easy enough to swap out and see. It's all about the money in tourism. So now in vacuum we would have 1,263 plus the 2,400 off of the pad. So 24 and 12 is 36, and that is, you know, a nice easy orbit. That's extra, although we are going to lose a little bit to some weight here. I put this back on, so that's pretty guaranteed. Don't even have to fly it well, which is a good idea for me. You know, I like making things super tight, but you know, wait, no. This is the reason you were doing things the way you were doing them, Mr. Ronan Pawn. Yeah, we need to do some more balancing again. Ooh, I get to do my favorite part. If I can convince myself that it's my favorite part, we'll be good. Since we've done it so many times. Drain the LFO. Hit the center of mass. And yeah, I'm gonna use you again up here. It's just easier for me to align and do things. Let's try and look at it more or less dead on. Put it in a place where it looks pretty central. I think it needs to come up just a touch. And then put you in that place far forward. Put you in this place far back. Okay, I'm going to put you there, and I'm going to pull this back a bit. So that's pretty damn central. And then, since we do have the weight to you know, spend, can I get you to attach? Yeah. Try and get you damn central. Drop you. And yes. Good. And I take you off, and I put you on the other side, dead center. Close enough, anyway, to dead center. And that will, you know, prevent the Kerbals' backs from completely snapping, anyway, is the idea there. So we're back down to just one clit, though, Pawn. It's going to be pulling you in directions and things. Yeah. Well, I'm going to say whelp. And so that balancing is good. Let's put the LFO back in. Reattach you. See where we stand on cost and cost, because cost is the only thing that really matters. 8,265 meters per second. And we're looking at, let's say 1150 plus 2650. So plus 2700, 2700. Plus 2350 is 1150 and 2350, right? Thank you. Catch my brain doing weird things. So 2350, 50, 2400, and 11 is 3500. We still got that nice buffer of like 250 meters per second of delta V, more than we need for inefficiencies. If this were, the way that we went, and if we could fly this going up, it's going to be a lot harder to turn, a lot harder to get to kick over, kind of a thing, and it's going to burn so incredibly long. And you're not going to have a lot of control authority once you get out of the atmosphere. If you put fins on there, you'll have control authority in the atmosphere. As you go up, you're going to lose more and more control authority and be going faster and faster. It's going to be a very kind of crazy ride, is the thought there. Kerbals are made of rubber. This will fly real steep unless you wrestle it hard. Yeah. So, what Lava Lamp was suggesting was, let's have a look at what an LFO stage would be. So this is 8,265, right? Yeah, 8,265. If we were to replace that with a liquid fuel oxidizer stage, I don't know how much we'd need. Let's put 2 on, and then throw in a swivel. 8365. This costs 100 Kurduckins more. And if I move you up there and get some reading, sea level, thrust to weight ratio is kind of miserable. Got 2,000 meters per second, and then 1173 in vacuum, and we won't be starting it from vacuum, and we would need more. We would need more thrust to weight ratio, which would mean putting the Reliant on instead of the swivel. And that gives us more TWR and less weight, which gets us a little bit more delta V. And now we're looking at a 2278, and the cost is exactly the same, 8265, as putting this on. We have a similar situation with not really being able to control it if we use the Reliant. But we've got the right price, and it's a lot less massively long. We've got a reasonable thrust to weight ratio. I like this. What I hate is that I think it would still need fins. Because when we put the fins on, it's $1,200 to put two fins on here, and that $1,200 gets thrown away. This is supposed to be tourism. We're supposed to be saving money, making the tourists pay for everything. I guess I want to see how it flies without the fins. It's, yeah. With the swivel, to make it lighter for the same DV, you could move some fuel to the next stage. The swivel would make it heavier. Oh, but you're saying if I put the swivel on, I could move the DV to the next stage. Oh, that's not a, yeah. Yeah, and that gets us control. I don't hate that. That's something to look at. Except for, you know what we end up doing? We end up rebalancing that stage. As though we've not done that 700 times. I love it. The name of this VOD should be Rebalancing the Stage. So what is this then? TWR of 1.46. And then we're going to put the weight back on the next stage. if this is going to work out. I don't want to have to yank everything off and put it back on again, so I'm willing to just do this if it'll work. Thank you for breaking my... I mean, this is really not that complicated. I just want to pause to say here. This is not that complicated of a concept in terms of engine. Decoupler, that's lowest on the stack. Lowest engine, lowest decoupler, engine, lowest decoupler. That is not that hard to get your fucking system to work automatically every time correctly, squad. What did you do? Which Friday did you take off early instead of finishing this system? Engine, decoupler, engine, decoupler. How do I end up with two engines that have a decoupler between them in the same stack by a decision made by your squad? Move this engine up in there. Is rocket science just the art of min-max? Yes, that's all it is, really. 1.4 TWR, it's the perfect thrust-to-weight ratio, but from sea level we've got 1,650 meters per second, and that's rounding up, which we usually want to round down. When we get this up to whatever height that gets us to, if it were vacuum, we'd have 1,600, so 1,600 and 1,600 is 32. That is too close for comfort, really. That is right on the verge of stuff. Give me another stage that you apparently got rid of with your incredibly well-written logic. If I were to be able to get rid of that, it gets us up to 1639. It gets us just a little bit more when we blow that off in atmo. But we're looking at basically 3,200 meters per second of delta V here. It says 3,250, you know, losses on the way up. If we fly it well, we'll get 3,200. And 3,200 is right on, you know, that's a little less than what you need, I think. I'm not sure exactly what the number is. Delta V maps, such as this one, you know, they tell you 3,400 to get to orbit, which gives you a little bit of buffer and lets you leave something in the atmosphere by, you know, imperfect flight, and it gets you there. 32 is probably less than what you'd need. So, what we could do is give them a bumpy ride again. If we give them a bumpy ride again, we get delta V back in both stages. In vacuum, it's now a solid 1650. Is that significantly different than what it was before? And you've ruined my... Thank you, Kerbal. You there and you there, I think, is the way that works, yeah. Before it was 16.0. Okay, so that does get us an extra 50 just to rip that off, and that's just in one stage. And then in the sea level stage, we go from having 1650 to having 1650. It gets us closer. The DV map for Kerbin is a bit generous with the number, but you can do it with 3,000-ish and an excellent profile. Yeah, I would think 3,200 is basically the edge of viability. And now we've pushed it up to 1650, 1650. We've got 3,300. This is a viable craft that has to be flown well. I like that. I like that. It does mean I think the Kerbals were coming down at about 8 or 9 meters per second when they slammed into the ground there, and for the Americans in the crowd, that's over 20 miles per hour that they would be impacting the ground. And when we dropped them on the first one, they were upside down, so they all got a little bit taller. I think this one might be doable. The Mephistopheles Mark III just might get it there. We've got some vectoring authority from the swivel in the back. We add up to about 3,300 meters per second in delta V. Yeah. Let's stick some tourists in this thing. They're already in there. They're eager to try it all again. I guess I would be too. I mean, if you paid for an orbit and the space agency said to you, we didn't quite make orbit, it was suborbital, so here's a free ticket to ride again, and then you rode again, and they didn't quite make orbit, and they gave you another free ticket. Imagine the amount of real-world money that would go into 3 tourist launches just to make up for the fact that you didn't quite make orbit. We were about 100 meters per second of delta V shy. Well, technically our contract says orbit, so I think you have to send us up again for free. Fuck. Okay, I think I'm ready to put this out on the pad. Yeah, except for we're gonna have another live stream break. I just heard Lady Pawn, which means that she got home. I know she stepped out for something, and I want to go say hi and see how it went and that sort of a thing. So another live stream break before we do what will almost certainly be the successful flight. Let's be positive. The successful flight of the Mephistopheles 3. So stay tuned. I'll play a little bit of music. And this time I will, did the song that my recording play last time?
We'll be right back.
Because I assumed that it never got to it, and I'll play that again this time. We'll start out with that one if it didn't actually play last time, just that we get it in here. This will be a cover that I did of a song by the band Live. So enjoy this and stick with, meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out.
It's easier not to be wise and measure these things by your brains. I sank into Eden with you, alone in the church by and by. I'll read to you now, save your eyes. You need them, your boat is at sea. Your anchor is up, you've been swept away. And the greatest of teachers won't hesitate to leave you there by yourself, chained to fate, yeah. I alone love you, I alone tempt you, I alone love you, fear is not the end of this. I alone love you, I alone tempt you, I alone love you. It's easier not to be great and measure these things by our eyes. We long to be here by his result, alone in the church by and by, to cradle the baby in space and leave you here by yourself, chained to fate, yeah. I alone love you, I alone tempt you, I alone love you, fear is not the end of this. I alone love you, I alone tempt you, I
Hello, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that scene even. Hello, I am the Ronan Bawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn. We're Kerbal Space programming today, and spending an unconscionable amount of time futzing with a simple orbital vessel to carry 2 Kerbals to tourists up. It's kind of insane how much time I like to spend on these things. I got myself a bagel, by which I mean I didn't get myself anything. Lady Pawn made me a bagel, keep me going. What I made myself was a couple of pills. I got myself my evening pill regimen. So I apologize for a little bit of chewing, but it's how it's going to be. As we ship these 2 tourists to orbit, I think we finally got a craft that manages to balance the cost of it against nothing else. It's all about the cost of the craft and having something that will send tourists, 2 tourists to space just as cheaply as we can do with the level of technology that we have currently. We just might have come up with the thing here in the Mark III of the Mephistopheles. I really love the way that stutters. That is some max headroom stuff. That is a hard effect to pull off when you're trying to. And it's just an accident here, and I love it. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I'm wearing headphones, so beautiful the way that kind of thing goes. If you're just joining us,
We are many, you are but one.
oh, thank you for the follow. If you're just joining us, our 2 Kerbals today are Morgan Freeman and Uma Thurman. Really went with a theme here of Hollywood stars whose names end with man. It just happened. It just randomly generated Morgan Freeman and Uma Thurman for us, and I couldn't be prouder to send them up for the 3rd time today on a simple orbital mission. Houston, give me a countdown, because this time I think we're gonna make it. People are gonna run out of potatoes eventually. I'm just gonna be sitting here waiting for Houston to.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we take off at about 1.4 TWR, just like we would want. Listen to the ugly sound of that engine. Oh yeah. It does not like being in lower atmosphere. I like it. I like it. I don't wanna, we've got so much control authority. I don't wanna overdo it. I don't wanna underdo it either. I'm gonna need you up eventually. Okay, now this is good. I'm liking this. Go ahead and give you a little bit of push off to one side. 8 at 5 isn't bad for me. I don't mind it. 10 at 6, I mind it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, pull it down hard, but not too hard. It's down to a 45 here. How are we doing on our liquid fuel? A little bit less than half remaining. 16, 17 kilometers. I'm just going to hold 45 for a second here. In fact, I might just have you hold your prograde for a moment. Okay. This is looking good. When we kick over to the other craft, it's already going to be rather efficient. Alright, don't be off your prograde when you switch over to that craft, though. There you go. And follow prograde, please. 49, 50, 51, 52. Yeah, I'm gonna pull you down there. Let's see if we can't keep this burn going. The app is coming up on us pretty quick. And if I can just hold the horizon more or less for the last of this burn. 69, 70, 71, 72 and a half, we'll say. And hold prograde from 47 kilometers coming up. We have 918 meters per second of delta V left, and we've made 1,750 meters per second of orbital speed, but we'll be down to like 1,600 by the time we hit the apoapse, if not less. But I still think this one has a chance. I mean, I don't do math. I fly by, sense of smell, as I frequently say, because it's the truth. I just kind of, I got a general idea. And then we see. We just see is how we do it. So we're looking for 72 and a half on our apoapsis here. Warp me up a little bit closer. Hold just above the apoapsis, start firing. I should have started that burn a little bit earlier. I really don't want to pull too high above, too far off of the apoapse there. I think it will rush back up to us if I just keep burning here at about 6 degrees on the bubble. It'll come back to us. Okay, I'm slowing down as the periapsis is coming up, and the apoapsis is getting ahead of me. So, yep, right there. And we are orbital. We are orbital with 273 meters per second of delta V remaining, and we are circular. I just touched this up to 72.3 and 72.3. Round up and round down, we're fine. 72.3 orbital or circular orbit of Minmus in a craft that cost us from the launch pad, without bringing anything back, I believe it was 8,165. Is that what it cost us to make this happen? I think that's good. And this time we're going to be, now that we've actually made an orbit, we're going to let, Uma and Morgan go around once so that it actually is, that we've fulfilled our contractual obligations. But then we're going to try and bring them down right at the KSC so that we get the maximum amount of value back from all of these parts that we'll be bringing back. We're bringing back this whole ship. Every single piece of this is coming back, except for the part that I forgot to blow off. Look, I'm going to bring it down with us. To hell with it. Huh? This was overkill in the first place. I think we need a Mark IV. I think we need a Mark IV and just put the nose cone on there. No ablator. No decoupler. And then we might even, save so much weight that we can get rid of that or something. I don't know. We're here anyway. We're here. We made it. Stop planning for making it, adjusting the ship for another 6 hours. And enjoy it. And by enjoy it, I mean, let's give them a tour of Kerbin. So, warp here. And we'll just watch. See what excites them. Apparently this section of Kerbin really sucks. Nobody's interested in it. Oh, we're in space. Sure. Whatever, I guess. And then this section of Kerbin. Oh my god! Oh, look at them! Oh, Jesus, this is amazing. I can't believe we came to this section of Kerbin. That was the good side of the tracks, apparently. So they've been around once. We're still fine on electric charge. What we want to do is we want to land at the KSC if we can. So I'm going to put us back here like a third of a turn away, pretty much near our apoapse. Oh my god. Look, we did it, everybody. I bought into enough systems where I can actually just right-click and click warp here. Finally. It was 7,815 Kurduckins? I thought we were over 8 grand. But yeah, so from here, we're going to be aiming for right there. There's the KSC. So, on to our retrograde. Now they've gotten to go round Kerbin 1.5 times, basically. It's time to come down. Don't be selfish. So from a third away, because I've got this little atmospheric drag predicting, it's called trajectories, I believe is all it's called. This mod is trajectories. And it, gives you some idea of the effects of drag. And I believe what it does, my guess is, that it profiles the ship. Looks at its collective sort of drag cube. Maybe even builds like its own cube mesh, drag cube mesh for the whole ship, and then does the math based on if you flew that perfectly, in its lowest drag state down, what would happen? Like, where would you end up landing? And so if, the craft does hold perfectly into the wind on its way down, then it'll come down exactly where this mod predicts that it would land. However, okay, so maybe this is a thing too. Maybe the X, Noah asked what the X was about, and I didn't understand it. The first, I had just installed this mod, but now I'm thinking, look, we've got this projection of where we're coming down, and we're coming down here, but it's showing this X here, and the X is probably accounting for the spin of Kerbin, right? So, we're coming down here, which is actually here by the time Kerbin spins forward. Yeah? That seems to make sense. So I'm going to actually try and put the X just a bit in front of the KSC. Like in sort of the harbor. Because I don't think we're going to come down perfectly, and I think we're going to lose some, and we'll probably end up on the land well behind the KSC, but I want us all to have seen where I put it. Yeah, in fact, there you go. Like, here's the island airstrip, and I'm just a little bit ahead of the island airfield. In terms of where I've left the X for us. And that having been the thing, yeah, I'm just gonna come down with the nose cone on, and I just want to see. I just want to see. I want to know, and I want to see, and I want to know, and I want to see, and I want to see, and I want to know. Is the thing. I don't think that we really need the ablator or that decoupler, and that's more weight that we can leave behind, and it's also saving cost if we just, this vessel is for LKO. It's not for anything more than that. Surface, prograde, hold. Nose cone burns off and exposes a heat shield. You'll come down a lot shorter. From the explosive force? I don't think it will. I think the standard nose cone can withstand the heat of a simple LKO return. No problem. I don't think it'll get anywhere near popping. I think we will see a heat tick, but I don't think that heat tick will get high. That's my bet. That is the smaller half, the top half of the bagel, where it was cut a little bit, thinner on one side. I've finally gotten through that. Definitely starting to warm up. We're at 4 times fizz warp, holding our surface prograde as we go down. I think we're approaching the continent that we want to actually, come down just past, technically, for where we left it. And yes, indeed, we're getting a heat tick at 40 kilometers. And we got just days and days in terms of, you know, the heat there. The second thing that's heating up is probably the probe core, though. What else would be heating up now that this is like the transfer of heat? Yeah, whatever else is heating up that's behind there. There's lots of things heating up now. Okay, well, it did pop. And where did we end up? Are we still in Fizz Warp? I thought I turned that down already. It did pop, and we ended up a lot further than we thought. Presumably because of, you know, body drag and stuff, because of body lift. We actually went a lot further. Remember, I had it set up to just about there. Just about there. Here's the island airfield. We were supposed to come down there, and we actually went further on this one. Perhaps it assumed you were going engine first, not nose cone first. I don't think so. I think it was just a matter of we got, you know, some aerodynamic body lift off of that. At 3 kilometers, I had to spam the spacebar because for some reason we were... oh, right, because I never took the nose cone off. All right, so fair enough. We did need the nose cone. I mean, I put it on there. I invented that system. I just didn't want to have to need it. Oh, I love the way it's spinning. SAS off. Let it flow. Let it rotate. Oh, no, it was trying to chase its prograde. That's why. It was rotating so nicely. I should have left SAS on. So this one would want to come back a little bit, is what we're seeing from the, if we wanted it to just, you know, hold itself flat nicely. Well, this could move back too. Yeah, we've got lots of space now that we've added that on. Right, because, well, number one, we've got extra liquid fuel. I mean, yeah, let's... No, you're saving the cost of the liquid fuel, Pawn. You can reuse that fuel. I don't think you can reuse fuel, you just use it or you don't. I didn't rebalance it after we added this weight. All the rebalancing that we did. So that was a 7 meter per second impact. How did that feel, Morgan? Uma? She seems fine. And I mean, Morgan Freeman is God most of the time, so I don't think anything could really harm him. Excellent. Back to the Space Center. We finally ate this bagel. Oh, and we got the orbit that we were looking for. "16-mile-per-hour splashdown, perfectly fine." Yeah, I guess especially if their butts are toward the impact, which they were this time, that does work out. Now, if you were doing that on land, which we have left it on land before, that might be more problematic. How much money do we bring back? For our proximity to the Space Center, we brought back 89% of the value, rounding up, and that was 4,000 Kurdukans of with the monies there. And I think what we've just managed to do is we've built a 2-person tourist vessel and made the money back that it cost us in testing it on our first mission. I think that's how that worked out. I think we started at a little bit over 800K. And, you know, we lost a bunch to ships that didn't actually do the job, and then the one that did the job just paid us back for our investment. Now, every time we send 2 Kerbals up, will be pure profit. Except we're probably going to go immediately to sending 4 Kerbals. 4040 funds recovered from 7815, only 3,775 effective cost. Yeah, and that would... Christ, I think that they paid us... like, that was the bonus money, was $37.75 for, you know, doing the orbit. Because they paid us like 18 grand to go up for completion, but the, you know, suborbital and orbital requirements added up to something like that. I think that's about there. And we've, you know, immediately got more people who want to fly. They're not paying what I'd like them to pay. One of them doesn't even want to go to, wait a second. So, if we do this, you'll give us 3,000 and 9,000-ish, and then you'll give us 3,000 and 9,000, but this is for orbit, and this is for suborbit. This game, this is, have I mentioned the poorly designedness of this game, ever? Have I said that? I mean, I meant to say that a number of times. How do you accidentally write a code a system that puts no value between suborbital and orbital flight? It's exactly the same. It just changed the name. Okay. Sure. Before these ScanSat missions slip away, I wanted to grab them. We've passed one of the days that we have before the missions expire. I don't want to do the moon yet. Like, we'll do it eventually. I'm taking the Kerbin one. Right? Ooh, we've got a geosynchronous in orbit of Kerbin. I want to look at that. Is it going the right way around the planet? Because that's the trick. They'll tell you it's geostationary. They tell you it's geosynchronous. They're lying a lot of the time because it's not going around Kerbin in the right direction. This one is going around Kerbin in the right direction. It's only got a slight eccentricity to it, which means if we did it, after we were done doing it, we could easily put it into geostationary orbit just by, you know, twisting it a bit. Because we've got 3 million on one side and 2.6 something on the other side, and we could put it up at, I presume it'll be something like 2.8 something is geostationary, just because that's what's in between the two of these. But I don't mind doing these. I like doing these if it's going in the correct direction around the planet. And we launch to the east, which means, yes, this one is. I like that mission. I think we should do that mission. It'll also be our first, you know, satellite around Kerbin. And we should have, just for the sake of having it, we should have some Kerbin satellites. We went straight to building Minmus satellites. Because that's how we roll around here, you know. So, if that's where we are, then I think I want to take the ScanSat survey of Kerbin. And the geosynchronous orbit of Kerbin. I thought we were going to Minmus today. I don't think we're going to Minmus today. You know, which is good. Because the Minmus thing would probably be a little bit more involved. I think here we can probably work off of the satellites we've already built, slap something together, and go. Especially since we just bought into the smaller engines, the, you know, miniaturization of LFO. So thank you, Mephistopheles 3. Before we leave you where you are, let's make the adjustments that we know need to be made. Number 1, everything has to be pure white. Makes the tourist feel safer. Number 2, when we're down to no fuel, what's our center of mass? Yeah, I'm gonna do that thing. I'm just gonna use you this time to mark So, pull both of these off. Give me you, and I'm actually going to, yeah, like that this time. There we go. And then, however far back we can have it, it'll be that far back. And then we just put this wherever looks central-ish. I think I like it there. Yeah. Get rid of you. Refill this tank. And the fact that we've got... I shouldn't play with it, should I? But, like, we had so much extra Delta V, we could leave a little behind. We could save more money. Don't save more money, Pawn. It's fine. You leave that, and the adjustment that we make, I'm not even going to call it the Mark IV. It was moving a parachute. So that we have a better descent, I'm just going to leave it as the Mark III. Save it. Maybe actually I'll change the coloration of the stage that pushes us up there. I kind of like that. That's neat. You have lots of money. Yes, I do have lots of money. But the point of tourism is to be economically, as profitable as possible. Possible. Anyway, yeah, save that. Everything looking good? No, because the staging is broken. Right, because Kerbal Space Program. So you, and then throw that off, and then you, and then you break that, and then go. That is ready for us the next time that we want it. Thank you very much for your service, Mephistopheles. We need a craft. I mean, we could try and do both missions at once. I don't think we do that. One of them wants to go polar, the other wants to go orbital. I mean, they're both orbital, but one's polar and one's equatorial. That's the word I was looking for. So, let's look at our recent Bound for Minmus Mark III. And see if there's anything that we could or would want to borrow off of the probes that we've made, the way that we've made them. And I don't think so. I don't think this is going to save me any time to borrow something from there. I think we just make it. This is going to be a comm satellite. It doesn't really need any science on it. I think we'll throw a thermometer on there. Thermometer and a barometer, just because why not, kind of a thing. It's not coming back down, so the best satellite we can use, or we've got, is what we use, which is the Octo. I'm going to make it gold for the money. No, it's green for the money. It's gold for the honeys. And since it's going to be, a satellite out there doing kind of nothing, except for being there, it is obviously a relay. There you go. And I'm going to pull you down as low as possible so you'll pack tightly underneath the fairing that we're going to have. As a relay, wouldn't hurt us to have a little extra power on board, and don't really need a complicated, energy generating setup here. One panel is more than enough for a little relay that's just going to hang out there. And the idea would be, to let the relay push itself around, I guess. We've got the smaller stuff now, and I love the smaller stuff. I want to use the smaller stuff. Let's have an Oscar B. And let's have... Christ, it might even be an ant. Yeah, if it's just going to be an Oscar B. And then when that's in space... That, all by itself, has what kind of Delta V in vacuum? Almost 1600, 1578 on the DV there. Very low thrust to weight ratio, in Kerbin's space, so it'll take a minute to get wherever it's trying to go, but I got no problem with that. I'm happy to wait. So with the TD-060 coupler, the small guy, we put that under a fairing, and then I just have to try and think of, in fact, before we do that, now that this is a lot longer, I have more places to attach, and I can make this fairing a lot shorter. There you go. Build the fairing. Boom. There's our payload. Unless there's something else that needs to go on that I haven't thought of. That's 0.6 tons. 0.66 tons. It's almost the mark of the beast. Not quite there. Can I find a 0.006 ton part? No. And then we just push that up to orbits. Like, if we get that into orbit with 1,578 meters per second of delta V, that's yeah. I think it's got it from there. To get to where it needs to go. And that's what I'm going to try and do, is just drop our pushy uppy stage back into atmosphere. Just as we're dropping that guy, he should just have to fart a little bit to push himself where he wants to go. So, from altitude of, let's say, 9 kilometers. That simple little lifter stage right there gets us 2741. Throw a TD-12 on it. Put a thumper underneath it. And so that's like 950 plus 2750, and that's way more than we need. Because we want to just be, like I said, just kind of dropping that thing off as we're getting there. So I doubt, like, we're not going to get there with half the amount of fuel, but I could just leave some fuel behind. So from altitude, that gets us 2350 plus 1,000. And that's still, like, getting us all the way to orbit. We don't want to get all the way to orbit. We'll just be throwing it back anyway, so why take it up there if we're just going to throw it back? This pulls us down to, we're almost to 1100 now. I'll say 1050 plus 2150. That'll kind of even each other out. And that is 3200? 2150 and 1050? Yeah, 3200. That's perfect. That's where I want to be. Like, it might make it, but it'll be a vapor that we, brought that we didn't need to use, and that's kind of the ship right there. Yeah, no need for fins, no need for anything. We can just kind of send that one. This is the 14th ship? Indeed. Okay, I gotta delete the 13 later as well. So, 014, we can name the satellite, the actual probe itself, once it's up there after someone in chat, so we'll run a raffle for that once we're in there. So we got it up there. But this is the 14th craft, and it's going to it's geostationary. Well, it's actually geosynchronous to start. Geosynchronous, we'll say. Needs paper. Yeah, geosynchronous needs paper. Because then it becomes stationary. Ha. and do a little bit of staging and some thrust to weight ratio stuff. 1.94. Are we at sea level? We are at sea level. Oh, goodness. Wow, I never look at that stuff down there either. So, there you go. We just made the game a better game. 1.5 TWR, drop it down. I'm looking for my 1.4, and there's my 1.4. Liquid will fire up as we drop the SRB. That liquid fuel stage is gonna have a lot of TWR. I should probably not. Should try not and use it all at once. And then again, once we're in vacuum, this guy's got 1,578 meters per second of delta V. That little probe is going to have a lot on it. I said that I wanted a touch of science on it because why not? Sometimes, you know, they might ask us for, send science data back from space high above Kerbin, and we'll have something there that can do that. That's the thought. So here's a 2-hot thermometer. Here's a barometer. You bastards with your fucking... It's always in two-sided symmetry. When I don't want it to be. And I've left a barometer floating in space somewhere. There you go. And this craft costs... as much as the one that sends two Kerbals to space. Just around that, doesn't it? The staging still look good? Yeah. Save that. And I'm just going to throw it out there, launch it, and see if we can't bang this mission out in a hurry. You know, we've already spent quite a bit of time playing around with sending Kerbals to space. When you're just messing with probes, you don't have to worry about anybody dying. Not that I was worried about anybody dying. It was just, that's how it went. SAS on, throttle to full. And then we just gotta wait for Houston to finish his bagel. Because I made one for him too. And he likes to floss after he eats.
In 3,
oh, geez,
2,
he must have done
1,
fast.
Fire!
Thanks, Houston. Okay, I did start to knock it down at 50 meters per second, but I don't want to knock it down all the way, so now I'm holding back against our turn, and now I'm letting off. Now that it's like prograde, I'm letting it do what it wants to do. No, I'm not. I'm holding right. I'm holding D again. Okay. Good roll. Good roll. Stay with your prograde. Did I put the wrong kind of probe on here? We don't have hold prograde. Yeah, I must have put the octo on instead of the... Well, why are you pulling off like that? You bastard. This is we were at 12 kilometers with a swivel. God damn it. Budget restrictions are so severe that the countdown has to be outsourced. Why would you fucking piece of shit? We're at 12 kilometers with a swivel, and it couldn't be a degree outside of the bubble without going over on itself? There's nothing to this craft that is oddly balanced in weight. It has nothing on its surface that would pull it in any non-aerodynamic direction. I've just realized that I'm in the moment right now where it begins, where I'm sitting here going, wait a second, this is why I don't play Kerbal Space Program anymore. Because, you know, there's like a whole bunch of stuff in here that I make fun of because it's like it's poor game design. They didn't think it through. They didn't bother with it. But then when you start flying like simple craft like this, and the aerodynamics don't make any goddamn sense, that's where it really starts to like bug me, where it genuinely starts to, you know, make it feel like, do I want to keep playing this? I'm just in that moment right now where I'm like, holy shit, I'm about to start complaining about the actual physics of the game that's only good at being a physics sandbox, aren't I? Revert the flight back to vehicle assembly. I didn't want the octo. I thought I grabbed the hex. And I didn't. I grabbed the octo. Simple enough to fix here. So there's the hex. Make it gold. And then, yeah, we'll put you on like this time. Are you going to have height clearance with the pressure guy? No, you're not. Alright, we'll put it on these sides then. You know, because what it makes me think is when you start seeing those kind of like, you know, atmosphere, like, what the hell just happened there? It's a perfectly flat, smooth craft with a swivel that's low weight and all this kind of stuff. Like, it should have had infinite control. You see that, and then it's like what I think is, oh god, the fairing doesn't actually work, and it's you know, getting aerodynamic reactions from boxes that shouldn't be getting from and stuff like that. And it's just, that's where it's like, if I have to reprogram your game, if I have to understand how you programmed the game in order to play it, Jesus Christ. Maybe that something in the fairing isn't shielded. Yeah, that's what I start thinking, and that's where it starts to make me like, Jesus Christ. Guys, come on. With the only thing that you did right, you didn't do right. You wondered if the antenna hitbox was poking out of it? Yeah, I mean, the hitbox for it was definitely like outside of here, because the cube, the mesh cube for it would be like that, and I was, you know, I brought it across like that, so now I've raised it to try and put it underneath there. I guess it's, you know, you learn what works and what doesn't in the game that they sort of half finished and then went on to making the sequel because they were so done with this one. And if you know, then you can avoid the pitfalls. So this, and then that to that, and then you, and then these guys do the thing also, and then we're still good. Did I put everything back on there that needs to be on? The science, and the other stuff, and the whatnot, and the yes, okay. Some fins could help. I really don't think that I should need fins. Where's the center of mass in the top two stages? It's going to be where the liquid fuel is. You know, it's going to be down here where we were when we were there. It's going to be right there, middle of that, because this thing weighs 0.6 tons, wet. So it's going to be right there. Craft like this just should not topple like that. Save the craft and put it back out. I think best bet is that the aerodynamics were being miscalculated because the relay antennas were technically, like, they were visually not popping through. They were not popping through physically in terms of their space and where the other thing was, but how the cube mesh is generated, they were. That's what I want to believe, and I'm going to go out of my way to make sure that if that isn't the way it is when we get up there, then all I have to do is say, poorly designed game, and we just keep moving. No need to get genuinely angry at the unfinished game from 2011 or whenever they started making this thing. I'll do the countdown this time, Houston, in 3, 2, 1, higher. Serious Dutch angle. I did start to pull down a little bit after 50. A little bit after 50 is when I started to pull that over. And it's leading its bubble.
Just skipping me entirely now, are we?
Well, I thought you had another bagel. I don't know. I was making coffee and stuff. You get distracted. Just trying to save you a little bit of headache, a little bit of hassle, Houston. I didn't want to bother you with the little things, you know. You're a blue sky kind of guy, you know. You're a big thinker. You don't need to be bothered with the daily counting backwards from 3. Put your effort into the places where it really matters, huh? Follow prograde. Okay. Now that we can follow prograde, if it topples this time, I'm a B. Oh yeah, that's right. This thing had a lot of TWR when we switch over, and I would like to... Yep, there you go. Just keep going this time. Wow, and then you don't have the thrust authority on this tiny, lightweight little thing to actually, like, spin yourself back around and hold shit at 26 kilometers? I question. Poorly designed game. Poorly designed game. Poorly designed game alert. Poorly designed game. How have you been finding KSP today? Well, I'm shouting poorly designed game, so there's that. Yeah, just keep going. Just keep going. We're reverting to... I don't know. There's nothing that I need to fix. It's just the game needs to not do that. I'll tell you what, I'll put a couple of fins on the second stage, which is more than halfway up the craft, on its first, you know, on the way that it goes in the first place, because they're finished and making the sequel, everybody. Here's some fins for you when we get to that stage. Save it and put it back out. Portable Gym, I'll tell you what, though. I have started playing Minecraft on a server. I was talking about this at the very beginning of the live stream, almost, well, 4 hours ago now. On a server that's for people with ME, CFS. I'm in a Discord group, and they put up a Minecraft server, so I've been playing it. And it has Vein Miner in it. I don't know if you've heard of that one, Portable Gym. It's got Vein Miner on it, and for the first, like, 2 days that I was playing on the server, and I played pretty much the whole day because I wasn't feeling, you know, great, so I was just laying in bed playing the game. First 2 days, I had no idea how Vein Miner worked, and I did a lot of mining, a lot of digging, that had I held the shift button. On the 3rd day, I was like, holy God, my life has just changed. The world is a better place.
In 3, 2, 1, fire.
We're off and away. Yeah, but I don't know if you've heard of that mod, Portable Gym. You should look into it. It's pretty neat. Big quality of life. Oh, shoot, I forgot to hold until we were at 60 kilometers. Or 60 meters. Second. Oh, Jesus, and then I threw us right over really hard. Okay. So that actually is because we just put fins more than halfway up the craft in order to stabilize the second stage in a way that it shouldn't need to be stabilized because we have a swivel and we've got fucking vectoring, and there's the ocean! Recover the vessel. I'll take that one. We've launched enough of them that I should just go ahead and take that one. Good flight. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep. We good. So now we'll put some fins at the bottom of it to balance out the fact that our center of mass has moved so much toward the center of the craft that it's unstable, that it's, you know, it can pivot around its center of mass. Now we'll put more fins down here. There you go. Huh? Now shit worked. Needs paper. Okay, we're on to one of the marks here at this point. Mark 2. But yeah, this Minecraft server, what has it got on it that, like, it's a really nice pack of mods that it's put together. Vein Miner, which, if anybody, you know, doesn't know Vein Miner, because I didn't until I started playing on it, if you hold down shift, if you're crouching, if you're in sneaksy mode, you hold shift while you hit a you know, ore block, then it will take the entire, like, chunk of ore that's all connected to one another, and it doesn't need to be perfectly connected either. It's smart enough to jump some tiles as long as it's the same, jump some voxels as long as it's the same material. So big quality of life feature, allows you to, mine trees, dig dirt, dig gravel, and of course mine ores, depending on how the person setting it up on the server has configured it. Huge, just once you're tired of hitting individual blocks, it's pretty nice. Kronos 9326 8 point. Have you tried the remastered solid plume effects mod? Just got it, and oh my chef's kiss. Remastered solid plume effects. No. What I'm running for plumes right now is Waterfall, which I had never run until, the last time that I tinkered with the mods, which was like 2 episodes ago, or 2 live streams ago, or something like that we set this up. I'd never seen Waterfall before, and I'm pretty entertained by Waterfall, but remastered solid plume effects, Okay. It's for SRBs, really gorgeous. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and launch this here, and go! So this time, I will not assume that everything's gonna work out. I will hit us, knock us over at 50, but I'm gonna just get a tap in case we start just going again. We're not just going again. I'm holding. Now we're overstable. We got too many goddamn fins. We started with no fins. It flew fine until it got to the liquid fuel stage, which had no excuse for why it should be toppling, why it couldn't hold itself at the heights and that kind of thing. But it was toppling anyway. I didn't really care. I have been holding to the right the entire time we're going to the left. And so we added some fins up here, which made it understable and made it just fall over the moment that I touched anything. I put 4 more fins down here, and now we're overstable. I can't turn it at all as we're going up. And we've made 16 kilometers going straight up, and some of it to the west. And as soon as I turn that over a little bit, we start to topple again. Revert flight back to vehicle assembly. If it is my version of Vein Miner, there is a server command to customize the mode, which is a per-user configuration, and the client-side mod becomes optional, which can listen for a separate key to activate it. Yeah, I don't have the client-side mod. That's what I was thinking, for the first 2 days I was playing it, when I started to think, look through the documentation they'd handed out and see commands and stuff. I was like, oh, maybe I have to install a client-side thing. And then found out, no, you just needed to be crouching. But very good. Very good. What was I gonna do? Yeah, I don't know. What were you gonna do? Well, we're not gonna have... I'm thinking fuck all this noise? Has anybody considered possibly fuck all this noise? I'm just gonna fly it like this. I'm going back to the original, and yeah, go ahead and overwrite it. I'm just gonna, you watch me fly it. You watch me just fly it without any fins. This game, man. But yeah, what's their full mod pack? They've got an MMO. I think it's MMO Minecraft or something like that. It's you're always getting experience points for doing a thing. So if you're digging, then you're getting experience points for excavating, and you've got an excavating level, and that goes up. And then if you're hitting something with a sword, then you've got an experience point for swords. And if you're attacking an enemy with an axe, then you get experience points for axes. SAS on, throttle to full, and go. Which is pretty neat. It adds a nice little, extra something that's going on, and I'm sure that there are effects that are taking place as well, in terms of making it easier for you to do this thing or that because you're a level whatever excavator. In fact, I think one of the effects is, somebody who knows Minecraft mods better can just name it and tell me what's going on here, but I think one of the effects is that as an excavator, as a digger, I've started to get I'll be digging something and a little bit of glowstone dust will pop out of it in Minecraft. And that could be either this, you know, MMO mod, or it could be the, like, careers mod, because you also have the, like, you get to select what are you doing, and I've made myself a farmer and a digger. A diggy farm is what I do. Hold prograde. Throttle it less than full. There we go. What's our TWR at the throttle I've got right now? It's 2 point something. Reasonable. And I'm going to pull the throttle back, and I'm not going to steer it at all. I'm just going to control it by throttle. So I'm going to let it fall down the ball a little bit more by pulling back on the throttle as we go up. That's how we're gonna fly this ship. And then we don't need any fins. We don't need to yell at the game. I mean, I enjoy yelling at the game, but we don't need to yell at the game. The server command and the extremely custom UI on the client mod are customization options I feel like nobody cared about. Oh, really? I'm happy to be able to just log on to a server, and these things are already handled for me. I like that. The fact that I didn't know how much of my own time I was wasting for 2 days is a thing. But, you know, I just needed to look it up. They just had a bunch of mods, so I was reading through their various little documentation that they give you in a book in game in Minecraft, and it was a lot. But when I finally caught up to it, very happy with how that changes the game. And these MMO things, these levels and careers and whatnot, they've also got player shops installed where you can, you know, put things onto basically an open market and sell them at a certain price, put a stack of whatever you've got, baked potatoes or something, and say, you know, I'll sell you this for $100. And meanwhile, whatever your job is, you select farming and digging like I did. Whenever I farm or I dig, I'm making money because I was farming or digging, and then I can use that money in order to, you know, buy stuff from other people. And if I'm selling stuff, then I can, you know, get money from selling the stuff and turn around and buy stuff from other people. It's nice. I've found it to be a really nice pack of mods for the sake of stretching out the normal gameplay of Minecraft without, like, overwhelming it with silly craziness, like a lot of stuff can do. I usually play with tech mods exclusively. Yeah, I definitely messed around back in the days where I think we were all watching Yogg's Cast people. I played around with, you know, I liked the factorioization of Minecraft before there was a Factorio. That stuff was neat with pipes and chest sorting systems and all that kind of thing. But I'm past that now. I mean, not past it. I mean, I'm at a point where I just really want to play Minecraft, but, you know, stretch it out for me. Make it last a little bit longer. Make me feel special. I don't know, make me feel good about what I'm doing while I'm doing it, huh? It's been so long. This is the first day that, how close are we? Negative 144 and I'm out? I'm not loving that. Oh, I should have thrown that off. I forgot to get rid of that, too. Alright, we're going. It's the first day where we've had a working map mode, and I guess I'm just getting used to actually using it. Where are we right now? 71 and falling. I mean, there's the atmosphere there. And wow, this ant engine that we've got on here, it ain't doing much. Look at how slowly that periapsis is rising. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and we're about to enter Atmo again. So maybe we wanted the spark. Yep, we're in atmosphere. I'm also, you know, that's a bit like, we left a lot of Delta V behind, I guess. Well, not a lot. I mean, with a lot. I think we had 3250 is about the numbers that we were seeing there. And we got up here and needed like another 200 in order to make it. That's a lot to leave behind to end up needing 3450 from a 3250. Why are you at half throttle? Why am I at half throttle? How did I even get to half throttle? I guess that's how we came up. And I didn't change it? Derp. I thought I hit Z. I have been saying, I know that you like to drop inputs, Kerbal, and now we're just blowing our app waps out like crazy. Well, kind of to hell with it. Just keep running the mission. Yeah, pull the app webs back down. We came up with, like, more than what we need. So there we go. App webs back at a reasonable place. Periapps I won't be able to get up the way that I'd want it to. Right? Now I'm losing the periapsis because I'm kind of at the periapsis or something, you know? Like, I'm in a bad place in the orbit to be doing tricky stuff. Alright, periapsis is probably as high as I can get it from where I am right now. And I don't know, 4 times phys warp through. Wasting a whole bunch of delta V. We brought up a lot of it, and I'm kind of sick of reverting. This was a craft that should have flown just fine on the first ascent, as far as I'm concerned. You know, it was a aerodynamically sound vessel with very lightweight for the power that its swivel engine should have been able to manufacture in order to hold itself on the course that you set. And it was toppling all over in the atmosphere. It was just one of those ships where you're sitting there going, what's wrong with Kerbal Space Program today, you know? So I would rather just have an ugly-looking mission and not have to keep doing it. We're losing the periapsis, though. We're falling in, we're going to fall, we're going to wrap down, we're going to hit the ground again. Oy vey. I just don't know how to, you know, with this, from where we are in orbit right now, I don't know how I get the periapsis to come back without driving the apoapsis to the moon, basically. Where am I? You're at, yeah. Periapsis is a bit behind us right now. And we're sitting here with, you know, 4 times phys warp nightmares. Just gonna blow the apoapse up to something stupid. I mean, I've got this mod, so could I trust this mod? There you go. That's what we need, is just to come back up into, you know, space at some point. Yeah, we're rising now. So we will have about 1,100 meters per second of delta V in order to head out to this guy. And as generous as Kerbal Space Program has been with our position satellites, kind of a thing that we've been doing lately, it makes me wonder if I really will even need to do an inclination adjustment. Because we keep getting to wherever it is that Kerbal says to go to, and, you know, we still need to do the inclination adjustment. It's like, close enough, mission done, here's your money, go home. Alright, we're almost out of the back into, and get me there, please, for the love of something. 300 meters to space. 200 meters to space. 100 meters to space. 50 meters to space. 25 meters to space. 12.5 meters. 7.2. It just keeps going. It would have been 6.25 meters. It would have been, yeah, 1.125. So yeah, just bring me up to the Apwaps. I don't give a piss anymore. Generally in the direction of the Apwaps, and then burn that periapsis up. Okay, we're orbital, and we're going out here. Now, I do have, actually, maneuver nodes for the first time in the game. Apwapsis is on that side. Periapsis over there. Should I attempt to actually build a maneuver that will give us the twist? Pawn, you'll just annoy the hell out of yourself by doing it. Now that you've got maneuver nodes, finally, don't use them. Don't use them. What are you gonna use them? How the hell would you use them? We'll come over here, about opposed to the periapsis of where we're going, and we'll blow our Apwaps up to 2.6. Am I in a decent place for that? What's going on? You went to retrograde instead of prograde. I make one click, and I've messed up everything on this mission so far. That's fine. We are wrapping it up for the day. You know, we've been here for almost 5 hours. That's how long I've been doing these things. I don't want to push too far. End up doing myself harm, and then I can't actually come and join you guys for another live stream. I think the best thing that's come out of today is just some of the conversations we've had. Real fun. Just hanging out with y'all. It's a pretty good, you know, place where I started the burn. If our engine wouldn't have been quite as weak as it is, our Apwaps is going to end up probably at the descending node. That's not bad. So we're going to 2.6. Just remember that and keep your eye on the app down here when it starts to look real. Yeah, Portable Jim, if you're still here, we got into a big reminiscing on Star Trek The Next Generation thing earlier, because yesterday I ended up watching it for like basically the whole day on Pluto. Pluto's just got a Star Trek The Next Generation channel, apparently. I went there looking for Have Gun Will Travel. I was going to watch another episode of a really old 50s, 60s show. And they lured me, they tempted me. In the bottom of the corner of the video is like, hey, here's some old Next Generation. You sure you want to watch Have Gun Will Travel? We got this. We could just be finding out that I didn't bring enough Delta V for this. Or at least that I left so much of it in orbit because I, didn't want to revert one more time. Yeah, I think it's going to take more than what we've got in order to blow the other side up. So where are we? We're 2.1, I'm going to 2.67. There's 2.65. That's close enough. Good enough for government work. And then I'll auto warp up to here. It's so weird also to have like already gotten all of the science that you need from all the places that you're going, and then it's just like you end up with that apprehensive feeling of I just have to be forgetting something. Shouldn't I be going into the scene and right-clicking and try to figure out what I've missed and that kind of thing? And yeah, but who here thinks that 380 meters per second gets that periapsis up to 3 million? .250 meters per second of Delta V left. Now 200 meters per second left. It might get there. It's close. 150 as of now. $100. We're halfway there. 60. 30 meters per second. 2 million. And we're out. Damn, if I wouldn't have thrown so much away messing around in the atmosphere thinking, we got enough, or I don't care, I just want this mission to... Whatever I was thinking, we actually would have made that. We were damn close. Where you at? I didn't even open my antennas, that's another thing. Maybe I should have looked at. Oh, hello. I can deal with that. Probably don't need the mouse in the shot, huh? That's nice. That's pretty. See, if you just forget about the gameplay, and the systems and the career and all of the things, then you can really enjoy how pretty this game looks occasionally, after you install a billion mods into it. God damn it! I keep pressing the wrong button on the keyboard because I have to hold the function fucking fuck key for that, and then I have to hold Alt for that. So yeah. You know what we're doing. We're gonna revert to launch. This time I'm gonna, like, put it up there correctly. I'm not gonna end up at half throttle. We're just gonna start it all over again. Wooshniak? Oh, how do I say that? I like it. SAS on. Throttle to full. And, this is gonna work out perfectly. I think we're gonna be done with this mission at just about the 5-hour mark, and, I hope my sleep schedule stays the way it is. But I kind of miss not being able to start these live streams real early in the morning, you know? I like to get them going real early. And now that I've got my sleep schedule, like, correct for my time zone, it means that we're not getting started early, which means that, you know, it's entirely dark where I am right now, and we're just wrapping up the live stream. So it feels weird. Feels weird. Alright, you can keep pulling down. Yeah, you can even just follow prograde from here. It'll probably be fine. Pull some of this up. And... there you go. So 20 on the AppWaps here now. I want control. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, that's, remember, Pawn? What you've done, what you do with this craft is you fly it by throttle. With this game. And its aerodynamics. Fire it again. The places where Kerbal is... oh, yeah, hold down. Places where Kerbal is the most frustrating is when it just does things wrong in the simplest of scenarios. That's the thing. And you can do so many complex, crazy things with this game that, you know, you get in and you mess around with something, you forget that this stuff happens. That you've got, you know, fairing, simple probe underneath the fairing, everything's just perfectly smooth, there's no aerodynamic, you know, weirdness. You got massive gimbling power in comparison to the weight of the craft. And what's happening? What's going on? How does this work? Oh, well, it topples. It topples. Why? I don't know, but it topples. This was a much better, like, turn down here. I'm gonna go to half throttle. And TWR of 2.0. I like what we've got here. And we are flying by throttle. At least until we get up to like 25K or something like that. Because something's wrong with this craft, with the aerodynamic modeling of the game in general, I think. Okay, a little bit more. App-Wap's at 27 kilometers while we're at 18. Which means it is kind of slipping away from me. I'm going to hold 3/4 throttle for now. And we're starting to create a comet's trail, which is a lot of bloom when you're looking down at the planet. It's a whole bunch of bloom. App-Wapsis is about to hit space. We're in space. And we'll 4 times fizz up to space, and then we'll topple at 45 kilometers, losing a little bit of speed. It can't find its prograde. I mean, okay, game. 45 kilometers, that's atmosphere just threw you right over, huh? Ooh, 45. Alright, this time, I'm actually going to throw that off. Gotta be something creating crazy drag somehow, says Level Amp. Yeah. Yep. I need to keep this ahead of me, because when I drop the little craft, it's going to have trouble keeping up. So I want to hold the App-Waps out there a bit. Doesn't have to be too much, because we found out that I had been not... Yeah, there we go. I didn't have full throttle last time we did this, so we should have a little bit more power and more go juice, and that was a much better place to be dropping things. We had a better ascent this time. Much less work needs to be done by our actual satellite in order to get us where we're going. I'll let the App-Waps fall back toward me a little bit more. As we bring that parry up. And, make me circular. Come on. That's good. 73 and 73.2, we are circular, and this time we have almost 1,400 meters per second of delta V in order to head out to our satellite's final destination, which I believe involves seeing the future and then being chased by an anthropomorphic death that is embodied by the wind in the trees in just about every shot. It's the final destination. If you know those movies, then it was still a kind of a stretched joke that didn't quite land. It's fine. So, doing the same thing that we did last time, just doing it with about, 300 meters per second of extra delta V that we didn't leave on the ground for no reason, and without burning in the wrong direction for a minute. Prograde and burn. And, in fact, I can't fizz warp, I keep forgetting. Something with this keyboard, I can't press Alt and period and get it to do a thing. I've tried it with left Alt and right Alt, so... I could, I've actually got a, incredibly long USB extension cable that I had hooked up my, real keyboard to, but I do have to admit it's rather clunky to have a real keyboard sitting on your lap in bed in comparison to having one of these little lightweight Logitechs like I've got. I suppose I could add to my auto hotkey script for while I'm live streaming something that sends an alt period so that I don't even have to change the settings in the game. Just reroute, tilde to alt period. What is alt period supposed to do? That is fizz warp. So, you know, right now, if I had alt period, I would be doing fizz warp so that it would, you know, it would have taken half the amount of time to burn this up there. And when we're, you know, on min-miss and we're below a certain height, we're really close to the ground, but, you know, we're still, like, I'm not doing anything right now. I need this to pass. This is just time I'm waiting. I'd be alt perioding. Every time I go to do that, it just doesn't work. Shift period? Shift period. No. Not here, anyway. So I'm looking for 3.0 on our app webs, 3 million, or something close. 3 million is what we've got. And this time we've actually even gone up to sort of the right side, you know? You would want to blow up to the app-waps first, the highest point, and then burn the other side, I think. Technically would save you that little whisper of delta V. We've got one side blown out with 700 meters per second of delta V still in there. Oh, shift at. Or are you saying what? Because on my keyboard it's period and minus in order to, you know, do time warp. And then to do physical warp, where you can actually be controlling the ship or burning the ship while you're warping, it's alt and period comma. One of those. You typed at instead of plus. Oh, so yours is shift plus? Shift plus. Maybe that's what I'll set mine to, if I could figure out how to do it. No, this is lava lamp. Well, what the hell are you talking about then? What the hell are you talking about? Sound like an old man. What the hell? Shift plus, but typed shift at. So you meant shift plus period. Shift plus period. Ready to burn? Still on prograde? Fire. And then this side is the 2.6. Got it. Yeah, if it were shift, like, they actually have, you know, they've made the mistake in terms of, like, shift tab steps back through, like, map mode, through, you know, the different planets and stuff like that. There are reasons why you would want to hit shift tab while you're playing, but of course shift also hits the throttle up. So, that used to be a thing with me. I don't know, maybe they changed it and I just haven't run into it again, but that used to be a common thing for me where I'd be like, okay, no, I went past the thing, shift tab, and then my engines would start burning. You're just wasting delta V and losing the orbit that you put yourself in because poorly designed game. Overlapping control schema. 2.6 million. 2.6 is what we're looking for. Watch it wherever you want to watch it. I'm watching it down here. 5, 2.6. I've got 2.6. And they're not going to give it to me. This is the first time they've made me actually work for it. You bastards. Kenny. Warp me up to this ascending node. I said, remember when I clicked on it? So we want to lower it from this node, which I would think that's an anti-normal. So where is the anti-normal? Hey, I got lucky and picked it right out where it's supposed to be. We have 300 meters per second exactly in order to do this twist. I don't think it's going to take that. Yeah. And it has accepted me as its rightful dominant ruler. I don't know. So when I said it was going to make me work for it, I don't know, I kind of might have, Jesus Christ, I might have needed a magnetometer boom on the satellite in the geosynchronous orbit of Kerbin. You know what? Do you know what? I say, do you know what? Contracts. Active. Complete. We did it, everybody. We did it. Nailed it. Thank God. Good job, everybody. Paying so much attention, making sure that everything went right. You had everything on the ship from the beginning. Maybe that's why the ship kept toppling in the atmosphere, is because it needed a magnetometer boom on it for no reason. For no particular reason. Let's just try and burn that back to flat again. And then I'm curious to know what exactly geostationary is. So let's look it up. Open a new tab. We'll just keep all of the Kerbal Space Program tabs open on this thing. So Kerbin geostationary height. KEO, Kerbosynchronous Equatorial Orbit. That's synchronous. I want stationary. Did I search synchronous? No, I searched stationary. Here, how about you? Because it was like telling me, it's higher on this side than on lower on... No, it's geostationary. Circular orbit at 870... You know what's the most annoying thing is when you ask a simple question that has an exact mathematic answer and you have to scroll through the posts in order to find somebody just giving you the fucking height. And then you don't trust anything that's going on in that, so we're going to look for another one because, Jesus Christ. 3.46333, so 3 million? And 4, that doesn't make sense. That can't be correct. Because our... I'm going to close this down. Our geosynchronous orbit had us at 3 million and 2.6. Which, in order for it to be geosynchronous, it has to be... it has to average down to the correct place. The altitude is 2.8 due to the 600 kilometer radius of Kerbin. See, now that's what I was looking for. Was it's going to be a 2.8 and 2863.33. Yeah. That's fair. That's what I wanted. So 2.8 over here we've got 2.6 already. You want to just blow this up where it is? Yeah, what the hell? So periapsis, blowing you up to 2.8, what? 2.8863? No, 2.863. Yeah, we're affecting the apoapsis a little bit too. Who gives a damn? Two, 8, 6, 4. That's reason. I'll pull it down exactly because we got a really light engine here, so we can get this right on dead balls something. It's 28633. I don't know if I can get that exact. I could if I changed the thrust. Or I could do it just by being awesome. 28633 at the periapsis, and now we'll go to that periapsis and, get the apoapsis to match it. What is that? Sorry. I don't... That's cool. I didn't... No. No. Where did you come from? You added that to... When I clicked here, it added going to the periapsis to Kerbal alarm clock. I've never... No. Yeah, I don't need an alarm for just a bit over there, thanks. And then how do I get rid of this window? It's that, okay. Yeah, I was trying to use that system. I really was. You nailed me. You got it. Why would it do that? Why would you set up a warp here? Don't need to be spot on for both, just the average. Yeah, I'm usually and we don't even have a position in mind to put it over, so it doesn't really matter. But it's fun to do. No, we were supposed to be... Yeah, no, we were supposed to be retrograding, and we did. So let's keep going. Okay. Give me an F. Let me do this, and let's see how good I can control this. If we wanted to pull the periapse up, then we want to burn a little bit high. No? Is it low? Or, well, it's toward the planet is what I'm thinking. .2865 is the apoapse right now. Pull that peri right up on top of us. And 2864, I'm going to try and get it perfect. 28633 and 28630 on the periapse. I'm going to be just really pissy about this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to even come in and on this ant thrust limit. Thrust limiting the ants, Jesus. Back onto prograde. And 2863 30 31 286330 and 286335. That I will take. If we get any closer, then the line will start shaking or something, probably. Cool. We've got it up here. It took all day. It didn't take all day. It took just a couple of minutes here, but we did do it 9,000 times is the thing. I'm going to open a raffle to have this satellite named after you. It is a cursed satellite. This entire mission from the beginning was cursed. The ship had spooky Kraken aerodynamic forces on it that it shouldn't have had. Stealing Delta V. We get all the way up here, and we're just a little bit short of doing it, even though we lost all that Delta V. Have to run the mission again, get it all the way up here, and find out that the mission from the beginning wanted a magnetometer boom on it that I didn't see, didn't notice. I should be looking for it, sure, but if the game were designed, you'd see it. It would be there. It would just be obvious. It would jump out at you when you're looking at the contract. Because they would be the flaming bright words on screen, the ones that are the most important, would grab your eye, like someone had an idea of how to design a fucking game. So we get up here and then the magnetometer boom doesn't work. Might need to thrust the engine to 1% or something for precision. Oh, you want me to get the last, do it at the 10 scale? Ooh, we can have 0.5% on the engine. 286335 and 286330. I don't even know what direction I'm on or what I'm supposed to be pointed at right now. What was I working on? The other side there is the periapsis, and if we're on prograde, we want to blow that periapsis up from 330 to 333. There's 331, 332, 333. Now the apoapse is at 335. How perfect do you want to be? This is fine by me. But yeah, get your name into the raffle, and this cursed satellite will have your name on it. If that's a thing that you want, then something wrong with you. Something wrong with that boy. So 2,863,350 meters. So between these two orbits, we have 22 meters of difference between the top and the bottom. That's okay. And what are we above? What did we actually park this thing stationary over in terms of, on Kerbin here? Yeah, looks like that. We parked it exactly opposite of the Space Center. Am I right? Not exactly opposite. Really close, though. Maybe it's even better for the island runway. So we got that. There's, on the other side of the planet, there's the island airfield, yeah. Okay. I don't know why we need that, but that's where we've got it. Let's go ahead and roll that raffle and find out what the name of this satellite is going to be. A winner is Dramasian, ECLGMG. Congratulations on, winning this cursed satellite that nobody wanted. So, our naming convention so far has been like Minmus, like M, for our comms relay. Was it MR1? It was just M. Is that what we did for that? I can't remember what our naming convention has been. I guess I could go find it, couldn't I? They're just right over here. MCR. Yeah, comms relay. So it's CR. So this would be KCR is what it's going to be. KCR. ECL. Yeah, ECL GMG. There you go. It's a comms relay. Do I want it to be CR or do I want to say something about it stationary? No, we're going to leave it with the comms relay there. That moment of silence was me having a very weird neurological spike moment that is telling me that I absolutely need to say that thanks for everybody for coming out. That's the end of the live stream. Yeah, that was really weird what I just experienced. That's not a normal symptom feeling for me, so I'm gonna call it a day. Alt 2. Yes, there we are. Let's have a look at Detroit at night. See what we've got here. It's very pretty, Campus Martius Park at night. Looking down on it like this, all the lights of the big city kind of a thing lit up. It's nice. Same thing with the bridge. Can't say the same about the border crossing or about this random junction that trains pass by a lot that somebody put a webcam in front of. But what I can say is that I am the Ronin Pawn. Yeah, there we go. Thanks again for coming out, everybody. I hope to be back sooner than an entire week away. And I think next time we will be landing on Minmus with a probe and then bringing it all the way back. Those are the things that need to happen. Land and come home, and then we'll have wiped Minmus off of our list of active contracts, and we'll be on our way to the moon. For those of you who don't hate the moon. I don't hate it, I prefer Minmus. She's prettier. She's less bitchy. Doesn't beat you up. New cam is pretty, yeah. I had to get rid of the Falcon cam. Seems like whoever's running it at Wayne State isn't consistent enough with it. So the live stream gets interrupted, and then it ends up at a different address for YouTube. And I just don't want to have to keep tracking it down every live stream. Where did I get the cam feeds? I actually did a lot of searching in order to find them and tried to find more, and this is kind of it in terms of webcams for Detroit. But these are broadcasting live on YouTube, these three, and then this one is actually, I've written my own HTML page to scrape the output of the Ambassador Bridges website to put this into this scene. Their usual on their website, you can go and watch this scene, this camera, but it only updates once every 3 seconds. I found out that the JPEGs that they produce from that little webcam do actually update every 1 second. So I, wrote a little JavaScript to hit it as frequently as the frame will update. That's what I'm running there. But yeah, these are all, well, actually these two are YouTube feeds. I'm wrong. This one comes from some other service that I'd never heard of before. But you can find, this is probably the easiest one to find if you looked up like Detroit live webcams, something like that, you will run into, there's 2 of them for Campus Martius Park. This is the overhead, the other one's on the ground. In my testing, it looked like it's completely uncompressed, like image data. It's just being blasted at you, and so it looked like on the network side, I was receiving 10 megs of data per second, and I thought, having 10 megs download constant while I'm on live stream, while I'm in this scene, doesn't seem like a good idea. Still going? What the fuck? Bonnie, you okay? Yes, I am. Because I'm leaving, Jim. You got here just as I was going. But I was still going, and I am going. And I'm going to go. See you next time, everybody. Pawn out. Been a while since I leaned into that.